Chapter 4 Epistemologies of Rule. The shift from hierarchical to class societies occurred on two levels, the material and the subjective. A clearly material shift was embodied in the emergence of the city, the state, and authoritarian techniques, and a highly organized market economy. The subjective shifts found expression in the emergence of a repressive sensibility and body of values, in various ways of mentalizing the entire realm of experience along lines of command and obedience. Such mentalities could very well be called epistemologies of rule, to use a broad philosophical term. As much as any material development, these epistemologies of rule fostered the development of patriarchy and an egoistic morality in the rulers of society. In the ruled, they fostered a psychic apparatus rooted in guilt and renunciation. Just as aggression flexes our bodies for fight or flight, so class societies organize our psychic structures for command or obedience. A repressive rationality, not to be confused with reason as such, rendered the social change from organic society to class society highly ambiguous in character. Reason has always identified human fulfillment with a consciousness of self, with logical clarity, and with salvation from humanity's complete absorption into the misty world of the mythopoeic. Even matters of faith and religion have been interpreted rationally, as highly systematic theologies rationally derived from a few fundamental beliefs. But this vast project of humanization, from organic to class society, occurred without a clear ethical basis for human fulfillment, one that had a definite rational content. Hence, the emergence of class society was to be burdened from its outset by a paradox. How can reason, conceived as a tool or method for achieving ethical goals, be integrated with reason conceived as the inherent feature or meaning of these ethical goals? Tragically, it was not left to reason alone, as the great thinkers of the Enlightenment so optimistically believed, to resolve this paradox. Crises have riddled class society from its inception. In the Western world, at least, they have produced a legacy of domination so formidable that it threatens to push us into an abyss that may engulf social life itself. The result has been the emergence of a misplaced anti-rationalism, so blistering and introverted in its hostility to mind that it has literally lost sight of the legacy of domination itself. In surrendering mind to intuition, rationality to mere impulse, coherence to eclecticism, and wholeness to a mystical oneness, we may very well reinforce this legacy, if only because we refuse to dispel it with the means of rational analyses. In our reaction to Enlightenment thought, we must rescue reason without becoming rationalistic, without reducing reason to mere technique. Rarely has society been so direly in need of a clear understanding of the way we mentalize rule and of the history of domination than today, when the very survival of humanity is at stake. In any case, it is only in the use of reason, rather than in rationalizing about reason, that mind reveals its promises and pitfalls. It would be better to use our rational faculties and reflect on them later, than to lose them altogether to a dark heritage that may obliterate mind itself. The material and subjective levels on which hierarchical societies crystallized into class societies are not sharply separable, or to use the language of Victorian social thought, we cannot comfortably speak of one level as the base for the other. Both, in fact, are inextricably intertwined. The city, which from the beginnings of history appears as the effect of basic changes from kinship to territorialism, is so crucially important as the arena for dissolving the blood oath that it can only be regarded as a cause, however ancillary it seems to important changes in techniques and ideology. In fact, urban life from its inception occupies such an ambiguous place in the common sense logic of cause and effect that we would do well to use these concepts gingerly. This much is clear. The blood oath, which, more than any single factor, held together primordial values and institutions with a certain degree of integrity, could only be surmounted after the claims of blood ties could be replaced by those of civic ties. Only after the territorial system began to dissolve the kinship system, or at least attenuate its nexus of responsibilities, could hallowed terms like brother and sister cease to be compelling natural realities. Thereafter, brotherhood increasingly came to mean a commonality of material and political interests, rather than those of kinship, and sisters were to become the means of establishing alliances, for uniting males into social fraternities based on military, political, and economic needs. The social and cultural impact of these material and subjective factors, so clearly rooted in the development of the city and state, can hardly be overstated. Humanity was to cling to the primal blood oath with such tenacity that primordial social forms often remained intact, even after they had been divested of their content. In many cases, the clans were not immediately destroyed. Often they were retained, and like the extended family, persisted as mere shadows of the past. In fact, they were subtly reworked in certain societies into instrumentalities of the newly emerging state. First, in the service of early priestly corporations, later, in vestigial forms, in the service of the military chieftains and kings. Here we sense the ideological activities of the early priesthood that had emerged from a reworking of shamanism. By freeing itself from the social vulnerabilities of the shaman, whose body constituted a mere vessel for spirits, the priestly corporation had acquired the role of a cosmic brokerage firm between humanity and its increasingly anthropomorphic deities. Deities no longer to be confused that peopled the environment of organic society. Theology began to gain ascendancy over divination. Seemingly rational accounts of the origins, workings, and destiny of the cosmos, laden with an epistemology of rule, tended to replace magic. By emphasizing the guilt of the human, wrongdoer, and the displeasure of the deities, the priestly corporation could acquire an immunity to fail that the shaman had always lacked. The technical failures of the shaman, which typically rendered his social status so insecure in primordial society, could be reinterpreted by the emerging priesthood as evidence of the moral failure of the community itself. Droughts, diseases, floods, locust infestations, and defeats in warfare, to cite the biblical afflictions of ancient humanity, were reinterpreted as the retribution of wrathful deities from communal wrongdoing, not merely as the dark work of malevolent spirits. Technical failure, in effect, was shifted from the priestly corporation to a fallen humanity that had to atone for its moral frailties, and only priestly supplications, visibly reinforced by generous sacrifices in the form of goods and services, could redeem humanity, temper the punitive actions of the deities, and restore the earlier harmony that existed between humanity and its gods. In time, sacrifice and supplication became a constant effort in which neither the community nor its priestly corporation could relent. When this effort was institutionalized to the extent that the episodic became chronic, it created the early theocracies that go hand in hand with early societies, whose foci were always the temple in priestly quarters, its storehouses, craft shops, and the dwellings of its artisans and bureaucracies. Urban life began with an altar, not simply a marketplace, and probably with walls that were meant to define sacred space from the natural, not simply as defensive palisades. It is breathtaking to reflect on the intricate variety of ideological threads in this new tapestry, with its stark insignias of class and material exploitation. By converting mundane natural spirits and demons into human-like supernatural deities and devils, the priestly corporation had cunningly created a radically new social and ideological dispensation. Indeed, a new way of mentalizing rule. The guardian deity of the community increasingly became a surrogate for the community as a whole, literally a personification and materialization of a primal solidarity that gradually acquired the trappings of outright social sovereignty. Ludwig Feuerbach was to unwittingly mislead us when he declared that our human-like gods and goddesses were the projections of humanity itself into a larger-than-life religious world. Actually, they were the projection of the priestly corporation into an all-too-real pantheon of social domination and material exploitation. In any case, the communal lands and their produce, once available to all by virtue of the practice of usufruct, were now seen as the endowment of a supernatural deity whose earthly brokers voiced its wishes, needs, and commandments. Ultimately, they acquired theocratic sovereignty over the community, its labor, and its produce. Communal property, to toy with a contradiction in terms, had emerged with a vengeance as the communism of the Godhead and its earthly administrators. The communal whole, which had once been at the predisposition of the community as a whole, was now placed at the disposition of the deified One, if only a patron deity in the supernatural pantheon, who, in the very role of personifying the community and its unity, had turned it into an obedient congregation ruled by a priestly elite. The nature spirits who had peopled the primordial world were absorbed into tutelary deities. The mother goddess, who represented the fecundity of nature in all its diversity, with its rich variety of sub-deities, were trampled down by the Lord of Hosts, whose harsh moral codes were formulated in the abstract realm of his heavenly supernature. The clan, too, like the priestly corporation, was transformed into an economic corporation. Community, once conceived as the vital activity of communizing, became the source of passive communal labor, a mere instrument of production. Communal traits were valued insofar as they lent themselves to technical coordination, exploitation, and rationalization. A very ancient commentary on the exploitative nature of a communism structured around hierarchy. Hence, clan society, far from being initially effaced, was used against itself to produce a wealth of material objects. The priestly corporation, in effect, had become a clan unto itself that raised itself like the Hebrew Levites, above all clans. It had become something quite new, a class. Accumulated wealth, now conceived as the sum of humanity's material sacrifices to the deities, was divested of the demonic traits that organic society had imputed to treasure. The wealthy temples that emerged in the Old World and New are testimony to a sacralization of accumulated wealth, later of booty as a reward of valor, and finally tribute as the result of political sovereignty. Gifts, which once symbolized alliance between people in mutual support systems, were now transformed into tithes and taxes for supernatural and political security. This steady reworking of the communal clans into labor forces, of communal lands into proprietary sacerdotal estates, of conciliatory myths into repressive religious dramas, of kinship responsibilities into class interests, of hierarchical command into class exploitation. All were to appear more like shifts of emphasis in traditional systems of right rather than marked ruptures with hallowed customs. Leaving the catastrophic effects of invasions aside, primordial society seems to have been seduced into the new social disposition of class society without clearly departing from the outlines of organic society. But it was not within the temple precincts alone that these changes occurred. Fairly recent data from Mesopotamia and Robert McAdams' admirable comparisons of Mesoamerica with Mesopotamia reveal that the civic sphere of the male warrior was as deeply implicated in transforming organic society into class society as the sacerdotal sphere of the priestly corporation. The priesthood has the power of ideology, by no means insignificant, but a power that relies on persuasion and conviction. The warrior has the power of coercion, one that relies on the more compelling effects of physical prowess, weaponry, and violence. While the interests of the priestly corporation and the military society intertwine, at times quite intimately, they often unravel and oppose each other. The warrior who confronts his opponent tends to be more demanding and certainly more thoroughgoing in the exercise of his interests than the priest who stands between the community and its deities as a sacerdotal agent or broker. Neither the ideologies nor the institutions these different historical figures create are identical or even calculated to produce the same social effects. The warrior societies that emerged within organic society were more thoroughgoing in uprooting it than the priestly corporations that emerged outside it. After it had already undergone considerable modification, by hierarchical institutions and relegated shamanistic practices to a folk magic and medicine. The warriors supplanted their theocratic predecessors, actually leaning to all appearances on the very ideological changes that the theocracies had produced. Hence, it was the warrior chieftain and his military companions from whom history recruited its classical nobility and its manorial lords, who produced the political state and later the centralized monarchy with priestly vestiges of its own. This largely military fraternity cut across the lineage system of clan society with the power of a battle axe, and eventually all but destroyed its hold on social life. And again, the clans persisted like the capulae of the Aztecs and the ascriptive family units of Sumerian society, although they were steadily divested of social power. Theocracies are not incompatible with certain democratic features of tribal life, such as popular assemblies and councils of elders. Insofar as the privileges of the priestly corporation are respected, tribal democracy and theocracy may actually reinforce each other institutionally, the one dealing with the material concerns of the body politic, the other dealing with the material concerns of the temple and the sacred. Between them, an active division of functions may emerge that the fraternal military societies can only regard as a humiliating restriction of their hunger for civil power. The earliest conflicts between church and state were initially, in fact, three-way conflicts that involved the democratic claims of the clans and ultimately their complete removal from the conflict. As I have argued for years, the state is not merely a constellation of bureaucratic and coercive institutions. It is also a state of mind, an instilled mentality for ordering reality. Accordingly, the state has a long history, not only institutionally, but also psychologically. Apart from dramatic invasions in which conquering peoples either completely subdue or virtually annihilate the conquered, the state evolves in gradations, often coming to rest during its overall historical development in such highly incomplete or hybridized forms that its boundaries are almost impossible to fix in strictly political terms. Its capacity to rule by brute force has always been limited. The myth of a purely coercive, omnipresent state is a fiction that has served the state machinery all too well by creating a sense of awe and powerlessness in the oppressed that ends in social quietism. Without a high degree of cooperation from even the most victimized classes of society, such as chattel slaves and serfs, its authority would eventually dissipate. Awe and apathy in the face of state power are the products of social conditioning that renders this very power possible. Hence, neither spontaneous or imminent explanations of the state's origins, economic accounts of its emergence, or theories based on conquest, short of conquests of yield near extermination, explain how societies could have leaped from a stateless condition to a state and how political society could have exploded upon the world. Nor was there ever a single leap that could account for the immense variety of states and quasi-states that appeared in the past. The early Sumerian state, in which the governing Ensi, or military overlords, were repeatedly checked by popular assemblies. The Aztec state, which was faced with a tug-of-war between the Capuli and the nobility, the Hebrew monarchies, which were repeatedly unsettled by prophets who invoked the democratic customs of the Bedouin Compact, to use Ernst Bloch's term, and the Athenian state, institutionally rooted in direct democracy. All of these, however much they differ from each other and conflict with the centralized bureaucratic states of modern times, constitute very incomplete developments of the state. Even the highly bureaucratic pharaonic state of the Ptolemies left much of Egyptian village life untouched, despite its demands for taxes and corvée labor. The centralized states that emerged in the Near East and Asia were not as invasive of community life at the base of society as is the modern state, with its mass media, highly sophisticated surveillance systems, and its authority to supervise almost every aspect of personal life. The state, in the authentically finished, historically complete form we find today, could have emerged only after traditional societies, customs, and sensibilities were so thoroughly reworked to accord with domination that humanity lost all sense of contact with the organic society from which it originated. Clan society was not effaced in a single or dramatic stroke, any more than the state was to be established in a single historical leap. Until they were neutralized as a social force, the clans still retained large areas of land during the early urban phase of society. The warrior societies, for their part, reinforced their military power with economic power by claiming the lands of conquered peoples, not of their own folk, as private booty. Extra-tribal conquest, in effect, was to lead to the war chieftain's aggrandizement with large private estates, often worked by their aboriginal inhabitants as serfs. As for the warrior societies that clustered around the chieftains, the most permanent spoils of battle and victory were the lands they carved out as their own demesnes, estates in effect, which they then elaborated into an internal manorial hierarchy of villeins, tenants, serfs, and slaves. Judging from Mesoamerican data, the manorial economy began to outweigh the Capuli economy in sheer acreage and produce. Indeed, Sumerian records and Spanish accounts of Aztec society tell a woeful tale of the gradual sale of the clan lands to the manors and the reduction of the food cultivators, free or captive, to a serf-like or tenant status. Beyond the city walls, in the more remote areas of the society, village life still retained much of its vitality. The old ways were to remain, however faintly and vestigially, into modern times. But the blood oath, with its highly variegated customs and rituals, became more symbolic than real. Class society had supplanted hierarchical society, just as hierarchical society had supplanted the egalitarian features of organic society. This sweeping shift from social ties based on kinship, usufruct, and complementarity to classes, proprietorship, and exploitation could not have occurred without concomitant changes in techniques, without the large-scale animal-powered plough agriculture, now generally managed by males, that replaced woman's digging stick and hoe it is difficult to conceive that surpluses would have arisen in sufficient quantity to support professional priests, craftsmen, scribes, courts, kings, armies, and bureaucracies. In short, the vast paraphernalia of the state. Yet several cultural paradoxes confront us. Aztec society, despite its obvious class structure, exhibited no technological advances beyond the simplest pueblo communities. Among American Indian societies, we find no plows that furrow the earth, no wheels for transportation, although they appear in Aztec toys. No domestication of animals for agricultural purposes. Despite their great engineering feats, there was no reduction of food cultivation from a craft to an industry. Conversely, in societies where plows, animals, grains, and great irrigation systems formed the bases for agriculture, primordial communal institutions were still retained together with their communal distributive norms. These societies and their values persisted either without developing classes or by coexisting, often ignominiously, with feudal or monarchical institutions that exploited them ruthlessly, but rarely changed them structurally and normatively. More commonly than not, humanity either did not advance into class society, or did so only in varying degrees. Plough agriculture, grains, and the elaboration of crafts may have provided the necessary condition for the emergence of cities, classes, and exploitation in many areas of the world. But they never provided sufficient conditions. What renders European society, particularly in its capitalist form, so historically and morally unique is that it surpassed, by far, every society, including the Near Eastern ones in which it was rooted, in the extent to which economic classes and economic exploitation, indeed economics as we know it today, colonized the most intimate aspects of personal and social life. The centrality of the city in achieving this transformation can hardly be overemphasized, for it was the city that provided the territory for territorialism, the civic institutions for citizenship, the marketplace for elaborate forms of exchange, the exclusivity of quarters and neighborhoods for classes, and monumental structures for the state. Its timbers, stones, bricks, and mortar gave enduring tangibility to social, cultural, institutional, and even moral changes that might have otherwise retained the fugitive quality of mere episodes in humanity's convoluted history, or simply been absorbed back into nature, like an abandoned field reclaimed by forest. By virtue of its endurance and growth, the city crystallized the claims of society over biology, of craft over nature, of politics over community. Like the cutting edge of class society's battle axe, it fought back the ever-invasive claims of kinship, usufruct, and complementarity, affirming the sovereignty of interest and domination over sharing and equality. For a conquering army to obliterate a culture's city was to annihilate the culture itself. To reclaim the city, be it a Jerusalem or a Rome, was to restore the culture and the people who had created it. On the very urban altars of the blood oath, the city drained kinship of its content, while exalting its form, until the husk could be discarded for a mere reproductive unit we euphemistically call the nuclear family. However sweeping these objective changes toward class society may have been, they are not nearly as challenging as the changes that had to be achieved in the subjective realm before classes, exploitation, acquisition, and the competitive mentality of bourgeois rivalry could become part of humanity's psychic equipment. We gravely misjudge human nature if we see it only through an epistemology of rule and domination, or worse, class relationships and exploitation. Howard Press has observed that separation is the archetypal tragedy, but there are different ways to separate. Although this tragedy may be necessary to allow the individual to discover his or her uniqueness and identity, it should not have to assume the socially explosive form of rivalry and competition between individuals. The phenomenology of the self has yet to be written that takes into account the conciliatory and participatory aspects of self-formation. The I that emerges from the welter of its, the magic boundary that the infant must cross to distinguish itself from the undifferentiated experiences that flood its sensory motor apparatus, is not the product of antagonism. Fear has to be learned. It is a social experience, as is hatred. The commonly accepted ideology that the enlargement of egocentricity is the authentic medium in which selfhood and individuality come into their own is a bourgeois trick. The rationale for bourgeois egotism. This notion is contradicted by Piaget's lifelong searches into the early years of childhood. As he observes, quote, through an apparently paradoxical mechanism, whose parallel we have described apropos of the egocentrism of thought of the older child, it is precisely when the subject is most self-centered that he knows himself the least, and it is to the extent that he discovers himself that he places himself in the universe. Unquote. Accordingly, Piaget finds that language, reflective thought, and the organization of a spatial, causal, and temporal universe become possible, quote, to the extent that the self is freed of itself by finding itself and so assigns itself a place as a thing among things, an event among events. Unquote. Early humanity could never have survived without being, in Piaget's sense, a thing among things, an event among events. Social Darwinism aside, creates specialized in the powerful neurophysical capacity to mentalize and conceptualize, to plan and calculate, would have destroyed themselves in a Hobbesian war of all against all. Had reason, with its capacity for calculation, been used to divide and destroy rather than unite and create, the very human quality of humanity would have turned upon itself, and the species immolated itself ages ago, long before it devised its armamentarium of modern weaponry. Organic society's conciliatory sensibility finds expression in its outlook in dealing with the external world, notably in animism and magic. Basically, animism is a spiritual universe of conciliation, rather than an aggressive form of conceptualization. That all entities have souls, a simple identity of spirit and being, to use Hegel's words, is actually lived and felt. This outlook pervades the practice of simple pre-literate peoples. When Edward B. Taylor, in his classic discussion of animism, notes that an American Indian will reason with a horse if it is rational, he tells us that the boundaries between things are functional. The Indian and the horse are both subjects. Hierarchy and domination are totally absent from their relationship. Quote, "The sense of an absolute psychical distinction between the man and beast, so prevalent in the civilized world, is hardly to be found among lower races, SIC. The very epistemology of these lower races is qualitatively different from our own." Preliterate epistemology tends to unify rather than divide. It personifies animals, plants, even natural forces, and perfectly inanimate things as well as human beings. What are often mere abstractions in our minds acquire life and substance in the preliterate animistic mind. To the animist, man's soul, for example, is his breath, his hand, his heart, or other such clearly substantial entities. The animistic outlook, in its many modifications, will pervade the mind long after the passing of organic society. Our difficulty in dealing with the seemingly paradoxical qualities of Greek philosophy stems from the tension between its animistic outlook and secular reason. Thales and the Ionian thinkers, although apparently rationalistic in the sense that their outlook was secular and based on logical causality, nevertheless saw the world as alive, as an organism. In fact, as Collingwood observes, as an animal. It is something, quote, ensouled, within which are lesser organisms having souls of their own, so that a single tree or a single soul is, according to Thales, both a living organism in itself and also a part of the great living organism which is the world. Unquote. This animistic outlook lingers on in Greek philosophy well into Aristotle's time. Hence the difficulty we encounter in neatly classifying Hellenic thought into idealist and materialist compartments. Magic, the technique that the animist employs to manipulate the world, seems to violate the conciliatory epistemology of this sensibility. Anthropologists tend to describe magical procedures as primitive man's fictive techniques for coercion, for making things obey his will. A closer view, however, suggests that it is we who read this coercive mentality into the primordial world. By magically imitating nature, its forces, or the actions of animals and people, preliterate communities project their own needs into external nature. It is essential to emphasize that external nature is conceptualized at the very outset as a mutualistic community. Prior to the manipulative act is the ceremonious supplicatory word, the appeal to a rational being, to a subject, for cooperation and understanding. Rites always precede action and signify that there must be communication between equal participants, not mere coercion. The consent of an animal say a bear, is an essential part of the hunt in which it will be killed. When its carcass is returned to the camp, Indians will put a peace pipe in its mouth and blow down it as a conciliatory gesture. Simple mimesis, an integral feature of magic and ritual, implies, by its very nature, unity with the object, a recognition of the object's subjectivity. Later, to be sure, the word was to be separated from the deed and become the authoritarian word of a patriarchal deity. Mimesis, in turn, was to be reduced to a strategy for producing social conformity and homogeneity. But the ritual of the word, in the form of incantations and work songs, reminds us of a more primordial sensibility based on mutual recognition and shared rationality. I do not mean that organic society lacked a sense of particularity in the manifold of this experiential unity. To the animist, bears were bears and not bisons or human beings. The animist discriminated between individuals and species as carefully as we do, often exhibiting a remarkable attention to detail, as revealed in late Paleolithic cave paintings. The repressive abstraction of the individual bear into a bear spirit, a universalizing of the spirit of bears that denies their specificity, is, I suspect, a later development in the elaboration of the animistic spirit. In rendering the individual bear subject to manipulative forms of human predation, generalization in this form marks the first steps toward the objectification of the external world. Before there were bear spirits, there were probably only individual bears, as Taylor suggests, when he tells us that if, quote, an Indian is attacked and torn by a bear, it is that the bear fell upon him intentionally in anger, perhaps to revenge the hurt done to another bear, unquote. A bear that has will, intentionality, and knows anger is not a mere epiphenomenon of a bear spirit. It is a being in its own right and autonomy. By abstracting a bear spirit from individual bears, by generalizing from the particular to the universal, and further, by infusing this process of abstraction with magical content, we are developing a new epistemology for explaining the external world. If the individual bear is merely an epiphenomenon of an animal spirit, it is now possible to objectify nature by completely subsuming the particular by the general, and denying the uniqueness of the specific and concrete. The emphasis of the animistic outlook thereby shifts from accommodation and communication to domination and coercion. This intellectual process probably occurred in gradual steps. The Orpheus legend, one of the most archaic in mythology, is still based on the notion of a guardian spirit rather than a master of animals. Orpheus charms the animal universe into conciliation and harmony. He is a pacifier in a brute world of claw and fang. From the Orpheus legend, we sense the existence of a time when pacification and abstraction were not mutually exclusive processes, but effect a slight shift in the emphasis of the legend, and we pass from the imagery of a guardian of animals into that of a master of animals. This shift is probably the work of the shaman who, as Ivor Paulson suggests, concomitantly embodies the protector of game, the master of their spirits, and the helper of the hunter. The shaman magically delivers the hunted animal into the hands of the hunter. He is the master implied in mastery. As both elder and professional magician, he establishes the new quasi-hierarchical boundaries that subvert the old animistic outlook. That hallowed process called reason, of generalization and classification, appears very early in an involuted and contradictory form. The fictive manipulation of nature begins with the real manipulation of humanity. Although the shaman's efforts to give greater coherence to the world will become social power that confers upon humanity greater control over the external world, the shaman, and more precisely his successor, the priest, initially divides this world to manipulate it. Women, as shamanesses or priestesses, are no more immune to this phenomenon than men. In either case, Weston Labar is certainly correct in saying that early hunter-gatherers projected the social structure of secular power onto the supernatural just as other groups do. Quote, "The fit of myth to the social structure of a hunting band is exact. Myth anticipated no later social dispensation, for religion reflected only the then contemporary social structure." End quote. Moreover, as we can suspect, the shamans and priests are always at work. They not only generalize and formulate, but they regeneralize and reformulate. The early coalitions they form with the elders and warrior chiefs, later the conflicting issues they face with the emergence of increasingly complex agricultural societies, place new demands upon their ideological ingenuity, which, in turn, lead to new generalizations and formulations. After their death, the more renowned shamans and priests become the raw materials for producing godheads. A compromise is struck between animism and religion, one that phases shamanism into the priestly corporation. The early deities reveal this new melding by combining an animal face with a human body, or vice versa, as in the cases of the Sphinx and the Minotaur. Inexorably, this process of continual substitution yields a pantheon of deities that are entirely human, even in their capricious behavior. As society slowly develops toward hierarchy and then into class structures, so too do the deities. In a hierarchical society that is still saturated with matricentric traditions, the foremost deity is the mother goddess, who personifies fertility and soil, the conjoined domains of sexuality and horticulture. In a well-entrenched patricentric society, one that introduces the male, his beasts, and the plough into food cultivation, the mother goddess acquires a male consort, to whom she gradually yields her eminence as patriarchy becomes prevalent. This process continues onward across the threshold of civilization, so-called, into urban societies until the socialization of the deities leads to political theogonies. If the community confers in assemblies, so too do the deities. If the impact of war on primitive urban democracies leads to the establishment of a supreme ruler, a supreme deity also tends to emerge. As long as the world is under the sway of shamanistic and, more significantly, priestly mediation, it tends to remain embedded in a religious matrix. Nor does it ever free itself of the mythopoeic and religious as long as human dominates human. Social divisions are obscured by myth and mythology. Even the warrior chieftain tries to validate his social status by becoming a priest or a deity. Authoritarian social forces are made to appear as natural forces, like the deities that personify or seem to manipulate them. Where nature is touched by the works of the food cultivator, humanity had no difficulty in devising deities that are part of the earth and domestic hearth. Folk gods and folk goddesses whose behavior was often determined by seasonal cycles or human supplication. Wars, catastrophes, famines, and great misfortunes occurred, to be sure, but they occurred against a background of natural order. The deities of Mesopotamia, for example, may seem more unruly and harsher than those that presided over the destiny of Egypt. The behavior of the river in the former land was less predictable and more destructive than that of the latter. Significant as they may be, however, the differences between the deities in the two great alluvial civilizations were differences in degree rather than in kind. Nature was still a nurturing mother who provided care and solicitude. She bestowed lush harvests and security to the community who revered her and never failed to provide her with a ceremonial bounty of its own. But contrast these well-tilled lands with the arid steppes and the parched deserts of the Bedouin. Here, insecurity and conflict between patriarchal warrior shepherds over water rights and herds are a chronic human condition, and it is easy to see why new deities begin to emerge who assume a more terrible visage than that of the agriculturalists, nature spirits, gods, and goddesses. Here, nature seems very much like a clenched fist that capriciously stamps out man and his herds. No domestic hearth exists from which he can warm his soul after the labours of the day. Only the nomad's camp with its ambience of impermanence. Nor are there lush fields, crisscrossed by cool streams. For the Bedouin, only the heavens are blue, presided over by a scorching sun. The wide horizon, broken by stark mountains and plateaus, instills a sense of the infinity of space, of the transcendental and the otherworldly. Woman, the embodiment of fecundity and the relatively benign nature to the agriculturist, has no symbolic place in this stark universe, except perhaps as a mere vessel to produce sons, herdsmen, and warriors. She is not so much exploited as simply degraded. These pastoral nomads, separated from agriculture by climatic changes or by population pressures on the land, are an expelled, ever-wandering and restless people. They are accursed by the very chthonic deities that still linger among them as ghosts of a lost Eden. As herdsmen, they are a people who live mainly among domestic beasts, each of which is an alienable quantum. The mere number of animals the patriarch owns is a measure of his wealth and prestige. Power and fortune can be determined with numerical exactness by the size of one's herds and the number of one's sons. From these people, historically the Hebrews who articulate the pastoral sensibility par excellence, a new epistemology of rule and a new deity will emerge, based on the infinite, the harsh expression of male will, and the often cruel negation of nature. As noted by H. and H. A. Frankfurt, quote, "The dominant tenet of Hebrew thought is the absolute transcendence of God. Yahweh is not in nature. Neither earth nor sun nor heaven is divine. Even the most potent natural phenomena are but reflections of God's greatness. It is not even possible to name God. He is holy. That means he is sui generis. It has been rightly pointed out that the monotheism of the Hebrews is a correlate of their insistence on the unconditioned nature of God. Only a God who transcends every phenomenon, who is not conditioned by any mode of manifestation, only an unqualified God can be the one and only ground of all existence." End quote. Behind such cosmogonies lies the dialectic of a contradictory rationality, at once liberating and repressive, as reason embedded in myth. Doubtlessly, real intellectual powers are being exercised. They are actualizing themselves with mythopoeic materials. The graduation of animistic thought from the individual to the species, from bears to the bear spirits, is an obvious preliminary to a conception of natural forces as humanly divine. The deities are subtle evidence of humanity's presence in nature as a natural force in its own right. It is tempting here to see the steppe lands and particularly the desert as domineering environments that brought humanity into subjugation to nature, and to view the Bedouin as involved in a bitter struggle, so-called, with nature. Yet such an image would be very simplistic. To the Bedouin, the starkness of the nomad's arid world was often seen as a source of purification, indeed of moral and personal freedom. To the great Hebrew prophets, most notably figures like Amos, the desert was above all the land to which one returned to find the strength of character and moral probity to fight injustice. Hence, the nobility that was imputed to the herdsman, who, wandering with his flocks and left to his own thoughts, came closer to the deity than the food cultivator. His contact with the desert imbued him with a sense of righteousness. The significance of the Semitic contribution to our Western sensibility lies not simply in the patriarchal edge. It gave to the already existing hierarchies of agricultural societies, a contribution I have emphasized here for heuristic purposes. It also lies in the moral probity and transcendental mentality that generalized the concrete image of nature, so prevalent among peasant peoples, into a supernature that was as strikingly intellectual as it was willful in its abstractness. Hence, with the Hebrews, religion exhibits a growing tendency to abstract, to classify, and to systematize. For all its obvious contradictions, the Hebrew Bible is a remarkably coherent account of humanity's evolution into society. Even in the Hebrews' devaluation of natural phenomena, we have a break with mythopoeic thought as such, a rupture with phenomena as fantasy, a willingness to deal with life on realistic and historical terms. Social history as the will of God replaces natural history as the cosmogony of spirits, demons, and divine beings. The Hebrews, as the Frankforts emphasized, quote, propounded not a speculative theory, but revolutionary and dynamic teaching, the doctrine of a single, unconditional, transcendent God, rejected time-honored values, proclaimed new ones, and postulated a metaphysical significance for history and for man's actions. End quote. The destiny of man moves to the center of the intellectual stage. It is his fate, and that of his species, albeit in the form of the chosen people, so-called, that forms a central theme in the Hebrew Bible. But an antithetical rationality permeates this, quote, revolutionary and dynamic teaching, unquote. With the Hebrews, the epistemology of rule comes into its own as a transcendental conception of order. Domination becomes sui generis. It divides the indivisible by fiat. Merely to relegate the Hebrew Yahweh to a monotheistic preemption of a multifarious nature, or even the human deities who peopled the pagan world, is a simplification. Indeed, such efforts had been in the air for centuries before Judaism had acquired eminence by its turning in its Christian form into a world religion. Nor were the Hebrews the only people to regard themselves as chosen. This is a tribal archaism that most pre-literate and later literate people symbolize in their ethnic nomenclature when they describe themselves as the people, so-called, and others as strangers, so-called, or barbarians, so-called. What renders the Hebrew Bible unique is that it is self-derivative. God's will, as it were, is God. No cosmogony, morality, or rationality is necessary to explain it. And man's duty is to obey unquestioningly. When Moses first encounters Yahweh and asks for his name, the reply is a damning intonation. I am what I am. And further, I am hath sent me unto you. What Moses confronts is not merely an only God or a jealous one. He confronts a nameless God whose transcendence closes him to all being beyond his own existence and will. The concrete now completely becomes the mere product of the universal, the principle by which animism and early cosmogonies are to evolve from the particular to the general. The principle by which animism and early cosmogonies are to evolve from the particular to the general has been totally reversed. The order of things emerges not from a nature to supernature, but from supernature to nature. Characteristically, the biblical notion of creation is not a speculative cosmogony, Rudolf Boltzmann observes, but a confession of faith in God as Lord. The world belongs to him, and he upholds it by his power." End quote. This world is now pervaded by hierarchy, by ruler and ruled, over whom presides that nameless abstraction, the Lord. Man, viewed from the Lord's eyes, is an utterly abject creature, yet, viewed from ours, a hierarch in his own right. For the Lord ordains that Noah will be feared by every beast of the earth, by every fowl in the air, and by all that moveth upon the earth, and all the fishes of the sea. The communication that the animist magically achieves with the hunted animal, first as an individuated being, and latter as an epiphenomenon of a species spirit, is not transformed into fear. That animals can feel fear still acknowledges their subjectivity, a feeling, ironically, they share with people who are inspired by the fear of God. But it is a subjectivity that is placed under human domination. Equally as significant, people, too, are caught in a nexus of human domination. Biblical power is the manner that all masters can use against their slaves. Ruler against ruled, man against woman, the elders against the young. Hence, we need have no difficulty in understanding why the Hebrew Bible becomes a universalized document, the supreme code of the state, school, workshop, body politic, and family. It is manner that has acquired metaphysical trappings, which make it virtually invulnerable to the incredulity an increasingly secularized world brings to the manner of the warrior chieftain, divine king, and domestic patriarch. Hebrew thought did not entirely overcome mythopoeic thought, observes the Frankforts. Quote, "It created, in fact, a new myth, the myth of the will of God." Unquote. Yet more than myth is involved in Yahweh's injunctions. Behind the stories, episodes, and history that the Hebrew Bible contains is a nascent philosophical aphorism that links human sovereignty with aggressive behavior. The perpetuation of hierarchy in effort appears as a matter of human survival in the face of inexorable forces. Yahweh's will completes the growing separation between subject and object. More significantly, his will divided the two, not simply as particulars to make for a richer wholeness, but antagonistically. The object is subjugated to the subject. They are divided as opposites that involve a denial of the concrete, of facticity, and of the body by the abstract, the universal, and the mind. Spirit can now be opposed to reality, intellect to feeling, society to nature, man to woman, and person to person, because the order of things as expressed by Yahweh's I Am has so ordained it. One does not have to invoke custom, law, or theory to explain this order. The transcendental will of God, a God who is sui generis, has ordered this dispensation. It is not for man to question his omnipotence. This religious separation of the world's order in terms of sovereignty rather than complementarity was to serve its acolytes well. For the emerging ruling classes and the state, it provided an ideology of unreasoned obedience, of rule by fiat, and the powers of supernatural retribution. And it had achieved this sweeping transformation not by invoking nature and her deities. The bear spirit, the part human and part animal deities, typified by Egyptian religio-animism, or by the irascible, anthropomorphic deities of Sumer and Greece, but by invoking a completely disembodied, abstract, and nameless supernature that allowed for the codification of pure belief without the constraints of empirical reality. The desert landscape of the Bedouin merely sharpened this ideology, but did not form it, for the Bedouin Compact tends to belie its political claims of unrestricted sovereignty. Indeed, it is doubtful that an ideology so demanding of subservience and obedience by patriarchs, as well as their wives, children, and retainers, could have come from simple Bedouins, who were soon to settle down to an agricultural way of life. This ideology was patently fashioned by priests and military commanders, by stern lawgivers and Spartan-like soldiers, so clearly embodied in the figure of a Moses. That the Lord demands from Moses a tenet of goat's hair for his earthly dwelling suggests that the ideology, in its early parts in the Hebrew Bible, was formulated when the confederated Hebrew tribes were pushing their way into Canaan. Later, it was elaborated, after their conquest of the land, into a richly humanistic and highly idealistic ethical document. With the Greeks, the epistemology of rule is transformed from a moral principle based on faith into an ethical principle based on reason. Although mythopoeic thought is never absent from the Hellenic cultural legacy, it either takes a highly intellectualized form or is preempted by mind or nous. The Greek realm of reason is not focused on supernature. Its authentic locus is the polis, or the so-called city-state. Like the Semitic patriarchal clan, the polis, too, is partly shaped by a compelling natural environment. Mountains that wrinkle the Greek promontory and foster a high degree of communal autonomy and personal virtuosity in nearly all tasks from agriculture to metallurgy and war. The word amateur is Latin in origin, but it accurately reflects the Hellenic predisposition to a modest degree of competence in all fields, for balance and self-sufficiency, autarkia, that has so characteristically marked mountain-dwelling communities in the past and placed the imprint of self-reliance, character, hardiness, and a freedom-loving spirit on their inhabitants. For such peoples, independence of spirit tended to become an end in itself, although their isolation could also yield a narrow parochialism that militated against any real breadth of vision. Hellenic intellectualism was centered primarily in the coastal and island polis of antiquity, where a rare balance was struck between the free-ranging spirit of their mountain origins and the cosmopolitan spirit of their maritime contacts. Within these polis, specifically the Athenian, a new dualism emerged. Home, or oikos, and the agora, a marketplace which in time was transformed into a highly variegated civic center, were counterposed to each other. The agora, more broadly, the polis itself was the sphere of freedom, as Hannah Arendt has noted, echoing the motif of Aristotle's Politics. To the extent that home and polis were related to each other, quote, "It was a matter of course that the mastering of the necessities of life in the household was the condition for freedom of the polis. What all Greek philosophers, no matter how opposed to polis life, took for granted is that freedom is exclusively located in the political realm, that necessity is primarily a pre-political phenomenon, characteristic of the private household organization, and that force and violence are justified in this sphere because they are the only means to master necessity, for instance, by ruling over slaves, and to become free. Because all human beings are subject to necessity, they are entitled to violence toward others. Violence is the pre-political act of liberating oneself from the necessity of life for the freedom of the world." End quote. This epistemological dualism between necessity and freedom, a dualism utterly alien to Hebrew monistic thought, rested on such sweeping assumptions about nature, work, individuality, reason, woman, freedom, and techniques that it would require a separate work to deal with them adequately. Here, I offer a cursory examination of some of these assumptions, with particular reference to the Western legacy of domination, and leave their implications to a later study. To begin with, Greek rationality did not quite foster a rejection of nature. A nature tamed by man, notably the orderly fields of the agriculturalist and the sacred groves of the deities, was a pleasing desideratum. They were refreshing to the eye and to the spirit. Nature, in this form, was infused with reason and sculpted by human creativity. What the Greeks thoroughly feared and resisted was wild, untamed nature, as Havelock Ellis was to emphasize. A barbarian nature, as it were. Wild nature was not merely pre-political. It was beyond the realm of order. Neither reason nor necessity could find a home in the tangle of the unbridled forest and its perils. The Greek notion of man's domination of nature, a notion that was no less real than the modern, could not find fixity and meaningfulness there. In the Greek mind, the polis, which included its well-tilled environs, waged a constant battle against the encroachment of the unruly natural world and its barbarian denizens. Within its confines, the polis created a space not only for discourse, rationality, and the good life, but even for the oikos, which at least had its own realm of order, however pre-political in character. Underpinning the supremacy of the polis over the oikos was a more universal dualism, the supremacy of order or cosmos over meaningless dissolution or chaos. All of Greek nature philosophy took these intellectual coordinates, particularly as they referred to the coherence of the polis against the forces of incoherence, as their basic reference points. The love of wild nature was to come later, of the European Middle Ages. By the same token, Greek rationalism did not denigrate work and materiality. Indeed, the Athenian yeoman, the hoplite, who as farmer citizen formed the military backbone of the classical democracy, worked hand in hand with his hired help, and such slaves as he could afford to own. Often, this small labour force shared the same fare and material conditions of life. The Greek love of the human body, of athleticism, and respect for physical form is proverbial. What Greek rationalism thoroughly denigrated, and we speak of its elites, was the toil associated with trade and the pursuit of gain. For in the marketplace lay the forces that threatened to undermine the Hellenic ideal of self-sufficiency, balance, and limit. That is, of the cosmos, that could be undermined so easily by chaos when the vigilance of reason was relaxed. In a widely quoted passage, Aristotle articulated this fear with a clarity that is characteristically Hellenic. There are some people who, quote, believe that getting wealth is the object of household management, and the whole idea of their lives is that they ought either to increase their money without limit, or at any rate not to lose it. The origin of this disposition in men is that they are intent upon living only, and not upon living well. And as their desires are unlimited, they also desire that the means of gratifying them should be without limit. Unquote. For Aristotle, the threat of the unlimited lies not only in imbalance and dependence, it also lies in the subversion of form, without which identity itself dissolves and the meaningful is supplanted by the meaningless. Hence, even more than the equipoise provided by balance, the Greeks sought an orderly arrangement of the dualities they had introduced into the Western intellectual tradition. The duality between nature and society, work and free time, sensuousness and intellect, individual and community. The dualities existed and acquired meaning only because they existed contrapunctually, each in opposition to and in conjunction with the other. The genius of reason was to recognize and adjust the tension between them by giving both epistemological and social priority to the second term in the duality over the first. Even the polis, conceived as a realm of freedom, was continually beleaguered by the problem of whether the community would be capable of maintaining an identity between the collective interest and the individual. Quote, in Athenian ideology, the state was both superior and antecedent to its citizens, unquote, observes Max Horkheimer. As it turned out, at least for a brief period of time, quote, this predominance of the polis facilitated rather than hindered the rise of the individual. It effected a balance between the state and its members, between individual freedom and communal welfare, as nowhere more eloquently depicted than in the funeral oration of Pericles. Unquote. But in the Hellenic mind, order always had to resist disorder, cosmos to resist chaos. This imagery is essential in achieving any understanding of how the Greeks and every European ruling class that was to follow the decline of the polis were to think about the human condition. Its accolades to balance and equipoise notwithstanding, the predominant role in Hellenic thought was always a hierarchical organization of reality. It was always stated in rational and secular terms, but we cannot forget that chaos had a very mundane and earthy substantiality in the form of a large population of slaves, foreigners, women, and potentially unruly freed men who were placed in an inferior status within the polis or had no status at all. The principal architects of Greece's hierarchical epistemology, Plato and Aristotle, had a long philosophical pedigree rooted in pre-Socratic nature philosophy. How to account for domination of literally half of the polis, its women, and a very substantial number of slaves. How to deny civil and political rights to the alien residents and freed men who literally infested the polis and provided for its most essential day-to-day services. These questions had to be resolved on rational terms without recourse to myths that opened the door to chaos and its dark past. For both Plato and Aristotle, a rational answer required intellectual objectivity, not the divine revelation and deified will of early Hebrew social thought. The notion of human equality, which the Bible does not exclude, and which its greatest prophets in fact emphasized, had to be impugned on naturalistic grounds, an ordered, rational nature that the Greek mind could accept. Here, both Plato and Aristotle agreed, but they were divided on the locus of this nature, the actual cauldron in which differences between people could be stratified in systems of command and obedience. Plato's strategy was, in many ways, the most atavistic. Differences in individual capacities and performances stem from differences in souls. Those with gold souls are destined by their inborn spiritual qualities to be the philosopher rulers of the polis. Those with silver souls, its warriors. The two are trained alike in a rigorous regimen that fosters athleticism, communal sharing of all possessions and means of life, a family-like solidarity that essentially turns the entire stratum into a large oikos, and a Spartan-like denial of luxuries and comfort. Later, the visibly gold and silver souls are functionally separated, the former to develop their intellectual and theoretical qualities, the latter to elaborate their capacity to fulfill practical, generally military responsibilities. The remainder of the population, its farmers, craftsmen, and merchants, who have bronze or iron souls, are hardly mentioned. Apparently, they will enjoy more secure lives sculpted by their guardians. But their lifeways do not appear to be very different from that of the commoners in Plato's day. The Republic is thus essentially authoritarian, in some respects totalitarian. The philosopher rulers are free to blatantly, or nobly in Plato's words, lie to the entire populace in the interests of social unity, and purge the polis of ignoble ideas and literature. Here, Plato notoriously includes Homeric poetry and probably the contemporary drama in his day that he viewed as degrading to humanity's image of the gods. On the other hand, women in the guardian stratum enjoy complete, indeed unrestricted, equality with men. Plato, having removed the oikos from the life of the ruling class and replaced it with a form of domestic communism, has shifted the realm of necessity of the pre-political to the shoulders of the commoners. With inexorable logic, he sees no reason why women in the guardian stratum should now be treated any differently from the men. Hence, all that is to limit their activities, be it war, athletics, education, or philosophical pursuits, are their physical abilities. They may be philosopher rulers no less than men of comparable intellectual stature, nor are the gold or silver souls that mutate, as it were, among the commoners to be kept from entering the guardian stratum. Similarly, bronze or iron souls that appear among the children of the guardians are to be plucked from the ruling stratum and placed among the commoners. Despite all the accolades the Republic was to receive over the centuries after it was composed, it is not a utopia, a vision of a communist society, or in any sense of the term, a democracy. It is an ideal form, an eidos, in Plato's metaphysical world of forms. What must be emphasized here is that Plato's rationality is ruthlessly, even cynically or playfully, hierarchical. The polis, if it was to survive from Plato's viewpoint, had to yield to the cruelty of reason, so to speak, and follow the full logic of domination. Without hierarchy and domination, there can be no cosmos, no order. The Greeks, and they alone are of concern to Plato, must drastically alter the polis along the lines dictated by a repressive epistemology. For Aristotle, the Republic's rationalistic ideality is misplaced. Its theoretical purity removes it from its category of practical reason, to which the formulation of a rational polis and its administration belong. Hence, Aristotle stands at odds with Plato's cruelty of reason, which dematerializes the pragmatic problems of ordering the polis along workable lines. His Politics undertakes a severe critique of the ideal polis as such, including Plato's and those proposed by his predecessors. Perhaps no work was to exercise a more profound influence on Western social thought. What counts for our purposes is Aristotle's intensely critical strategy and concerns. Reason must exorcise its own myths, notably Plato's attempt at ideality and its proclivity to remove itself from the practical problems of social administration and reconstruction. Aristotle's principal concerns in the Politics are distinctly those of his time: slavery, the nature of citizenship, and a rational classification of polis that validates the choice of one type over another. Throughout, reason must be informed by ethics and by the desire of rational man to lead the good life, which by no means is confined to the material. The work clearly establishes a rational basis for slavery and patriarchy, and the political meritocracy as the authentic arenas for citizenship. For Aristotle, the Greeks have been endowed by geography, climate, and their innate intellectual qualities to rule not only the barbarians, but also slaves and women, both of whom are pre-political and benefit profoundly by the higher mental faculties of their male masters. Given the women's and slaves' inferior so-called rationality, their inability to formulate policies and meaningful courses of behavior, they, no less than their masters, benefit from this superior rationality and his capacity to give them direction and govern their non-rational behavior. Slavery and patriarchy, in effect, are seen as the gifts of reason, not its chains. Despite their differences, Plato and Aristotle elaborated social theories with a consistency and logic that must have seemed impeccable to many of their successors, and both laid not only the foundations for a rational social philosophy, but established a repressive epistemological tradition that spans entire ages of Western thought. Various sociobiologies were to draw their inspiration from Platonistic and Neoplatonic theories. Aristotelian theory was to acquire an incredible composite legacy that reaches into Thomistic theology and, despite its severe class orientation, into scientific socialism, so-called. Most important of all, the two thinkers, indeed Hellenic thought as a whole, universalized hierarchy as rational, perhaps democratic when possible, often totalitarian when necessary. By its very existence, the polis created a new tradition in Western notions of citizenship and imparted to them an unprecedented secularity that gave modern social thought its authentic foundations. It also created the issues that were to beleaguer the Western mind and praxis for centuries to come, and a thoroughly repressive mentality for dealing with them. For better or worse, we are in no sense free of this legacy's worldliness, candor, and logic. Cross-fertilized with Hebrew thought, European intellectuality was born in classical Athens and wound its way through the centuries until, like it or not, we still remain its heirs. The Hebrew and Hellenic mentalities were similar in their firm commitment to hierarchical relations structured around faith or rationality. Objectively, we have come a long way from the cunning of the priestly corporation in turning clan values against organic society, from the rise and commanding role of the warrior chieftains and their entourages in the expansion of the male's civil sphere, from the disintegration of a communal economy into a manorial one, and finally from the emergence of the city as the arena for dissolution of kinship relationships and the blood oath by citizenship, class interests, and the state. We have seen how the transcendental will of Yahweh and the rational elements of Hellenic epistemology have structured differentia along antagonistic lines, violating the animist's sense of complementarity and interpretation of concrete reality along conciliatory lines. The legacy of domination thus develops as a manipulation of primordial institutions and sensibilities against each other, often by mere shifts of emphases in social reality and personal sensibility. Abstraction and generalization, whether as faith or reason, are used not to achieve wholeness or completeness, but to produce a divisive antagonism in the objective and subjective realms. Other possible epistemologies, which might have favored a more relaxed opening of the self to insight, to use Alvin Goldner's words, have been ignored in favor of values centering on mastery and control. This needlessly divisive development can be seen as a betrayal of society and sensibility to what the Western mind has claimed for itself as the history of mankind. Now that we are beginning to reap the terrible harvest of this betrayal, we must challenge the claims of that history to sovereignty. But the story of this betrayal does not end with these institutional and subjective changes. It reaches further into the core of the psyche by internalizing hierarchy and domination as eternal traits of human nature. More than Yahweh's will and classical antiquity's rationality are needed to secure rule as an integral feature of selfhood. This feature entails not only humanity's commitment to its own self-repression through faith and reason, it must also police itself internally by acquiring a self-regulating reality principle, to use Freud's terms, based on guilt and renunciation. Only then can the ruled be brought into full complicity with their oppression and exploitation, forging within themselves the state that commands more by the power of the inner voice of repentance than the power of mobilized physical violence. Neither Freud nor Marx have helped us fully understand this process. Each, in his own way, has absolved civilization, so-called, specifically its Western form, from its very real guilt in formulating a reality principle based on rule. By making self-repression, Freud, and self-discipline, Marx, the historic knout for achieving mastery over nature, and ultimately Freud's view, no less than Marx's, comes down to precisely this Victorian social project. They have made domination an indispensable phase or moment in the dialectic of civilization. Whether as sublimation or production, the self-mastery of humanity persists as a precondition for social development. Terms like repression, renunciation, and discipline, used in their typical psychological sense, have all too often been euphemisms for oppression, exploitation, and powerlessness, and they have been shrewdly linked to historic purposes, so-called, that have never served the ends of civilization, whatever these may mean, but simply the aggrandizement and power of elites and ruling classes. To a large extent, the theoretical corpus of Marx and Freud blur and conceal the extent to which such attempts to manipulate the self are actually extensions of class interests into selfhood. But it is now becoming patently clear that these interests are forging an apathetic, guilt-ridden, will-less psyche that serves not to foster social development, but to subvert it. The mastery of human by human, both internally and externally, has actually begun to erode selfhood itself. By rendering personality increasingly inorganic, it has been pulverizing the very self that presumably lends itself to repression and discipline. In terms of contemporary selfhood, there is simply very little left to shape or form. Civilization is advancing not so much on the back of humanity, but eerily enough without it. More recently, sociobiology has provided its own reinforcement to this Freudo-Marxian paradigm. The notion that the human brain, as a product of biological evolution, contains primal, autonomic, animalistic, and capping them both higher, more complex cerebral components that must modify, repress, or discipline the raw impulses of the lower, animalistic brain to avoid behavioral and social disorder is patently ideological. Its genesis in Hellenic dualism is obvious. That we have layered brains that perform many functions unthinkingly is doubtlessly neurologically sound. But to impute to specific layers social functions that are distinctly biased by hierarchical and class interests, to create an all-embracing term like civilization that incorporates these interests into a biology of the mind, and finally, to foster a Victorian hypostasization of work, renunciation, guilt, sublimation, and discipline in the service of industrial production and profitable surpluses. All of this is to anchor the shibboleths of Yahweh's will and Hellenic repressive rationality in evolution and anatomy. To render this ideological development more clearly, let us return to certain assumptions that are built into psychoanalytic categories and see how well they hold up anthropologically. When speaking of organic societies, is it meaningful to say that social life creates a repressive reality principle? That the need for productive activity requires the deferral of immediate satisfaction and pleasure? That play must give way to work and complete freedom to social restrictions that make for security? Or in more fundamental terms, that renunciation is an inherent feature of societal life and guilt is the constraint that society instills in the individual to prevent the transgression of its rules and mores? I admit that these questions greatly simplify the role that the Freudians and Freudo-Marxians assign to a repressive rationality. Yet, it is precisely at levels where psychoanalytic arguments are most simplified that we find the most important differences between organic and hierarchical societies. Perhaps the most general answer that might be given to all of these questions is this: there is very little to renounce or repress when very little has been formed. The sharply etched instincts that psychologists of the past imputed to human nature are now known to be rubbish. A human nature does exist, but it seems to consist of proclivities and potentialities that become increasingly defined by the installation of social needs. The sexual instinct becomes an object of repression when society overstimulates it and, concomitantly, frustrates what it has exaggerated in the first place. Or, of course, when society just blocks the adequate satisfaction of minimal biosexual needs. Even pleasure, conceived as the fulfillment of desire or as a broad principle, so-called, to follow Freudian nomenclature, is socially conditioned. If immediate gratification is frustrated by the natural world itself, no renunciatory apparatus is required to repress this need. The need, if it exists at all, simply cannot be fulfilled, and what is most human about human nature is that the human beings can know this harsh fact. In organic societies, social life more or less approximates this state of affairs. Nature generally imposes such restrictive conditions on human behavior that the social limits encountered by the individual are almost congruent with those created by the natural world. The superego and ego, to use Freudian categories, formed by the child seem to be, as they so often are in fact, the products of natural limitations transmuted into social relationships. The sharp tension between the child and its parents, and between the individual and society, which repression presupposes, is attenuated by the fact that the natural world forms the matrix for the social world and places limits on its development. Stated in Freudian terms, the pleasure principle is formed by the reality principle. The two are simply not distinguishable from each other to the extent that they are in hierarchical and class societies. Hence, they barely exist as separate principles, and the antagonism between them is virtually meaningless. The receptive sensibility, so characteristic of organic society, has yet to be subverted by the demanding, aggressive attitude that provides civilization with its rationale for repressive reason and institutions. Accordingly, organic societies do not make the moral judgments we continually generate against transgressions of our social rules. In the pre-literate world, cultures are normally concerned with the objective effects of a crime, and whether they are suitably rectified, not with its subjective status on the scale of right and wrong. Viewed from certain African data, a crime is always a wrong done to society which has been detected, notes Paul Radin. Quote, "A wrong committed in full knowledge that it was such, but which has not been detected, is simply a fact that has no social consequences." Unquote. While there may be a spiritual dimension to a wrongdoer's state of mind, there is no feeling of sin in the Hebrew Christian meaning of the term. All that society asks of the wrongdoer is that he or she merely recognize that an offense has been committed against the harmony of the community. If the offense is redressed, no stigma is attached to the action. This serves, as a matter of fact, as the best and most effective deterrent to wrongdoing, Radin emphasizes with characteristic utilitarian fervor. He goes on to note that when a Bantu was asked, quote, whether he was penitent at the time he committed a certain crime, and the native answered, no, it had not been found out then, there was no cynicism implied, nor was this a sign of moral depravity. No disturbance in the harmony of the communal life had occurred. Unquote. The native may feel shame if the transgression is discovered, or may lose face as a result of public disapproval, but he or she does not feel guilt, notably an internalized sense of self-blame, and anxiety that evokes repentance and the desire for atonement. Guilt and repentance, as distinguished from shame and the practical need to redress the effects of a social transgression, become character traits with the emergence of morality. Historically, the formulation of moral precepts is initially the work of the prophet and priest. Later, in its more sophisticated forms as ethics, it is the realm of the philosopher and political thinker. These precepts reflect an entirely different mental state than what occurs in organic society. To say that social transgressions are bad and that obedience to society's mores is good is quite different from saying that one behavior upholds the harmony of the group and that another disrupts it. Good and bad are moral and later ethical judgments. They are not delimited exclusively to acts. What makes good and bad particularly significant is that they are evidence of the subtle introjections of social codes into the individual's psyche, the judgments individuals make when they take counsel with their consciences, that enormously powerful product of socialization. We shall later see that morality, particularly as it phases into its rational form as ethics, fosters the development of selfhood, individuality, and the new cognizance of the good and the virtuous. Here I am primarily concerned with those highly opaque emotional sanctions called customs. Viewed from this perspective, morality was devised to mystify and conceal a once unified egalitarian system of behavior. The seemingly moral standards of that community were centered not around the sinfulness of behavior or the unquestioning commands of a patriarchal deity and a despotic state, but around the functional effects of behavior on the integrity and viability of the community. With the breakdown of the organic community, privilege began to replace parity, and hierarchical or class society began to replace egalitarian relationships. Moral precepts could now be used to obscure the mutilation of organic society by making social values and the subject matter of ideological rather than practical criteria. Once acts were transferable from the real world to this mystified realm, society's rules were free to mystify reality itself and obscure the contradictions that now emerged in the social realm. But, as yet, this process was merely the ideological side of a more crucial restructuring of the psyche itself. For morality not only staked over its sovereignty over overt behavior as restraints on immoral acts, it went further and assumed guardianship against the evil thoughts, so-called, that beleaguered the individual's mind. Morality demands not only behavioral virtue, so-called, but spiritual, psychic, and mental as well. The rational evaluation of right and wrong is ignored. That was to be left to ethics. Hierarchy, class, and ultimately the state penetrate the very integument of the human psyche and establish within it unreflective internal powers of coercion and constraint. In this respect, they achieve a sanitizing authority that no institution or ideology can hope to command. By using guilt and self-blame, the inner state can control behavior long before fear of the coercive powers of the state have to be invoked. Self-blame, in effect, becomes self-fear, the introjection of social coercion in the form of insecurity, anxiety, and guilt. Renunciation now becomes socially meaningful and morally invaluable to history's ruling elites because there really is something to renounce. The privileges of status, the appropriation of material surpluses, even the lingering memory of an egalitarian order in which work was pleasurable and playful, and when usufruct and the irreducible minimum still determined the allocation of the means of life. Under the conditions of class rule, a pleasure principle does, in fact, emerge, and it stands sharply at odds with a reality principle whose limits were once congruent with those imposed by nature. To the extent that the ruling few are freed from these limits by the toiling many, the tension between the two principles is increasingly exacerbated. It assumes the form not only of a social trauma, notably a class conflict, but also of psychic trauma in the form of guilt, renunciation, and insecurity. But here, the Freudian drama completely deceives us and reveals an extraordinary reactionary content. The fact that nature's limits constitute the only reality principle of organic society is ignored. Indeed, it is displaced by a mythic pleasure principle that must be constrained by guilt and renunciation. Cooperative nature is turned into predatory nature, riddled by egoism, rivalry, cruelty, and the pursuit of immediate gratification. But civilization, so-called, formed by rationality, labor, and an epistemology of self-repression, produces a reality principle that holds unruly nature under its sovereignty and provides humanity with the matrix for culture, cooperation, and creativity. Freud's transposition of nature and civilization involves a gross misreading of anthropology and history. A reality principle that, in fact, originates in nature's limits is transmuted into an egoistic pursuit for immediate gratification. In short, the very pleasure principle that social domination has yet to create historically and render meaningful. The natural home of humanity, to borrow Bloch's terminology, which promotes usufruct, complementarity, and sharing, is degraded into a Hobbesian world of all against all, while the civilized home of humanity, which fosters rivalry, egotism, and possessiveness, is viewed as a Judeo-Hellenic world of morality, intellect, and creativity. Freud's drastic reshuffling of the pleasure principle and reality principle thus consistently validates the triumph of domination, elitism, and an epistemology of rule. Divested of what Freud calls civilization, with its luxuriant traits of domination, repressive reason, and renunciation, humanity is reduced to the state of nature that Hobbes was to regard as brutish animality. Shame has no place in this Freudian universe, only guilt. Civilization, whose ends this specious reality principle is meant to serve, turns out to be precisely the class and exploitative society unique to Western capitalism. A civilization, so-called, of unadorned domination and social privilege. Freud's congruence of views with Marx is often remarkable in their common orientation towards civilization. For Freud, work, quote, has a greater effect than any other technique of living in the direction of binding the individual more closely to reality. In his work, he is at least securely attached to a part of reality, the human community. Unquote. Ultimately, it is not the ends of civilization that are served by the Freudian reality principle, but the ends of the pleasure principle that the ruling elites have preempted for themselves. It is not nature that fosters an unruly psychic animality with its appetite for immediate gratification, but a hierarchical reality principle, an epistemology of rule, one that rests on domination and exploitation. The truly brutish mob that Freud fearfully associated with the ascendancy of aggressive instincts over sweet reason exists on the summits of civilization, not at its base. Freud's pessimism over the fate of civilization may have been justified, but not for the reasons he advanced. It is not a repressed humanity whose aggressiveness threatens to extinguish civilization today, but the very architects of its superego, the bureaucratic institutions and their father figures, so-called, that rule society from above. Chapter 5. The Legacy of Domination. The hierarchical origins of morality occur in the early and classical forms of family organization. In the moral authority claimed by its male head, the Bible provides ample evidence of the sovereignty enjoyed by the patriarch in dealing with his wives and children. To put it bluntly, they were his chattels, like the animals that made up his herds. His power over them lacked all restraint, but that evoked by compassion and by the feeling of immortality he derived from the living products of his loins. Whether or not the son be cast in the image of the father, both are nevertheless made in the image of the deity who thereby unites them by covenant and blood. The demanding characteristics of father love, in contrast to the selfless characteristics of mother love, represent the male's resolution of his quarrel with eternity. The Hebrew patriarchs required no heaven or immortal soul, for both of them existed in the physical reality of their sons. More intriguing, however, is the paternal authority claimed by the Greeks, whose philosophers tried to give moral precepts a rational or ethical, not a divine, sanction. Initially, the head of the household occupied an almost regal position with respect to other members of the family. Despite the rational dimension, Hellenic philosophy tried to impart to social relations, however, its capacity to invade the family was initially limited. As E.R. Dodds was to observe in a fascinating study of the issue, quote, "Over his children, his authority is in his early times unlimited. He is free to expose them in infancy, that is, engage in infanticide, and in manhood to expel an erring or rebellious son from the community, as Theseus expelled Hippolytus, as Enos expelled Tydeus, as Trophios expelled Pylades, as Zeus himself cast out Hephaestus from Olympus for siding with his mother." Unquote. Until well into the 6th century BC, the son had duties but no rights. While his father lived, he was a perpetual minor. In its classical form, patriarchy implied male gerontocracy, not only the rule of males over females. The young, irrespective of their sex, were placed rigorously under the moral and social authority of the oldest members of the family. The Greek patriarch's commanding position over the private lives of his wards was to be sharply attenuated by the state, which was to stake out its own claims over young males whom it needed for bureaucrats and soldiers. But in that shadowy period of transition, when the late Neolithic phased into Bronze Age and Iron Age civilizations, when strongly patriarchal invaders were to overwhelm settled, often matricentric cultures, male-oriented family structures formed the basic social elements of the community and starkly imprinted wide-ranging values on social life. Indeed, they helped to prepare the moral underpinnings of political institutions and the state. Ironically, the very structures by which they were to be ultimately absorbed. Even before social classes emerged, and the priesthood established quasi-political temple despotisms over society, the patriarch embodied in a very social form the very system of authority that the state later embodied in a political form. In the next chapter, we shall examine the curious dialectical tension between the patriarchal family and the state that gave rise to ideas of justice and ethics, a dialectic in which the father was transformed from a tyrant into a judge, and later from a judge into a teacher. But until patriarchal power was attenuated by political forces, it was the father who embodied not only a pre-political morality of social domination, but more specifically, a morality that entailed visions of the domination of nature. The earliest victim of this domineering relationship was human nature, notably the human nature of woman. Although patriarchy represents a highly authoritarian form of gerontocracy, in which the elders initially began to rule society as a collective whole, woman increasingly lost her parity with man as the latter gained social ascendancy over the domestic sphere of life with the expansion of his civil sphere. Patricentricity and finally patriarchy came completely into their own. By the same token, woman became the archetypal other of morality, ultimately the human embodiment of its warped image of evil. That the male still opposes his society to woman's nature, his capacity to produce commodities to her ability to reproduce life, his rationalism to her instinctual drives, has already received enough emphasis in the anthropological and feminist literature. Accordingly, woman enters into man's moral development as its antipode, the antithetical and contrasting factors par excellence, in shaping its tenets. Personally, she has no part, quote, in the efficiency on which the male's civilization is based, unquote, observe Horkheimer and Adorno in their superb discussion on her status. Quote, it is man who has to go out into an unfriendly world, who has to struggle and produce. Woman is not a being in her own right, a subject. She produces nothing but looks after those who do. She is a living monument to a long-vanished era when the domestic economy was self-contained. Unquote. In a civilization that devalues nature, she is the image of nature, the weaker and smaller, and the differences imposed by nature between the sexes become, quote, the most humiliating that can exist in a male-dominated society, a key stimulus to aggression. Yet, woman haunts this male civilization, so-called. Yet woman haunts this male so-called civilization with a power that is more than archaic or atavistic. Every male-oriented society must persistently exercise her ancient powers, which abide in her ability to reproduce the species, to rear it, to provide it with a loving refuge from the unfriendly world, indeed, to accomplish these material achievements, food cultivation, pottery, and weaving, to cite the most assured of women's technical inventions, that rendered that world possible, albeit on terms quite different from those formulated by the male. Even before man embarks on his conquest of man, of class by class, patriarchal morality obliges him to affirm his conquest of woman. The subjugation of her nature and its absorption into the nexus of patriarchal morality forms the archetypal act of domination that ultimately gives rise to the man's imagery of a subjugated nature. It is perhaps not accidental that nature and earth retain the female gender into her own time. What may seem to us like a linguistic atavism that reflects a long-gone era when social life was matricentric and nature was its domestic abode, may well be an ongoing and subtly viable expression of man's continual violation of woman as nature and of nature as woman. The symbolism of this violation already appears early in primordial ceremonies, almost as though the wish is father to the act and its ritualistic affirmation in mere drama is a harbinger of its later reality. From the depths of the Aituri forest to the gilded confines of the church, woman is raised up to her appropriate eminence, all the more to cast her down in subjugation to man. Even the Central African pygmies, Turnbull's forest people, have the equivalent of Eve or Pandora, who ultimately seduces and succors the male, but in the end must never be permitted to dominate him. Her association with the arts of civilization is permeated by an envious negativity. Eve seduces Adam into eating the fruit of the tree of right and wrong, only to afflict him with the curse of knowledge. Her Hellenic sister, Pandora, exposes man to the ills that follow the loss of all innocence, and the Sumerian harlot who sleeps with Enkidu in the Gilgamesh epic irrevocably denatures him by separating him from his friends, the beasts of the plains and forest. The Odyssey is a spiteful expedition through history in which the epic exercises the ancient female deities by ridiculing them as perverse harridans. But patriarchal morality reduces woman not merely to a generalized Hegelian other, who must be opposed, negated, and contained, as Simone de Beauvoir emphasized a generation ago. It particularizes this otherness into a specific hatred of her inquisitiveness, of her probing subjectivity and curiosity. Even in denying woman's being in her own right, man affirms it by damning Eve for responding to the serpent, Pandora for daring to open the box of afflictions, and Circe for her power of prevision. A gnawing sense of inferiority and incompleteness stamps every aspect of the newly emergent male morality. Evil abounds everywhere, pleasure and the senses are deceptive, and the chaos that always threatens to engulf the cosmos must be constantly warded off, lest nature reclaim civilization. Ironically, there is no denial here of woman's subjectivity, but a shrieking fear of her latent powers, and the possibility that they may be stirred back into life again. Hence, patriarchal morality must bring her into complicity with the male's ever-tremulous image of her inferiority. She must be taught to view her posture of renunciation, modesty, and obedience as the intrinsic attributes of her subjectivity. In short, her total negation as a personality. It is utterly impossible to understand why meaningless wars, male boastfulness, exaggerated political rituals, and the preposterous elaboration of civil institutions engulf so many different, even tribal, societies without recognizing how much these phenomena are affirmations of male activity and expressions of his supremacy. From the mindless and incessant conflicts that New Guinean people wage between themselves, to the overly meticulous institutionalization of political forms, the male is ever active and overburdened by his responsibilities. Often because there is so little for him to do in primordial communities, and even in many historical societies. But his increasing denigration of women and his transposition of otherness from a conciliatory to antagonistic relationship generates a hostile ambience in society, a meanness of spirit, a craving for recognition, an aggressive appetite, and a terrifying exaggeration of cruelty that is to render man increasingly prone to the victimization of his own kind. The slave is the male incarnation of the long enslaved woman, a mere object to be possessed and used by the canons of patriarchal morality. The structuring of otherness antagonistically, which Hegel celebrated as the first steps toward self-identity, becomes an epistemology that devaluates humanity into an aggregate of mere objects, a psychological regression that ultimately leads to the arrogant conception of human beings as the mere embodiment of labor. As victim and aggressor, woman and man are thus brought into blind complicity with a moral system that denies their human nature, and ultimately the integrity of external nature as well. But latent forever in the repressive morality that emerges with patriarchy is a smouldering potentiality for revolt, with its explosive rejection of the roles that socialization has instilled in all but the deepest recesses of human subjectivity. The moral constraints imposed by patriarchy, and finally by class rule, remain a constant affront to human rationality. From the ashes of morality arises the program of a new approach to right and wrong, a rational discipline called ethics, that is free of hierarchically instilled patterns of behavior. From ethics will emerge rational criteria for evaluating virtue, evil, and freedom, not merely blame, sin, and their penalties. Ethics may try to encompass morality and justify its epistemologies of rule, but it is always vulnerable to the very rational standards it has created to justify domination. Self-denial and the increasingly heightened contradictions of rule create tensions so inherently destabilizing to civilization that class society must always be armored, not only psychologically by the state it cultivates within the individual, but physically by the state it institutionalizes. As Plato reminded the Athenians, the slave's nature is an unruly one, a philosophical formulation for a condition that could periodically become an explosive social reality. Where morality and psychic introjection fail to contain mounting social and personal contradictions, class society must have recourse to outright coercion, to the institutionalized system of force we call the political state. Between society and the fully developed political state, there is, ultimately, a historical point where the psychic constraints created by repressive socialization and morality begin to deteriorate. No longer can social and personal contradictions be resolved by means of discourse. All that remains is recourse to the threat of brute violence. Pre-capitalist society never shunned this possibility or cloaked it with sanctimonious homilies about the sacredness of life. It candidly admitted that coercion was its ultimate defense against social and popular unrest. One might conjecture that the state, as an instrument of organized violence, evolved from the open exercise of violence. This has been the thesis of many radical theorists, such as Proudhon. Yet, there is much that so reductionist a view leaves unanswered historically, as both Marx and Kropotkin implied in a number of their writings. The state did not simply explode on the social horizon like a volcanic eruption. Pastoral invasions may have accelerated its development dramatically, but a leap from stateless to state forms is probably a fiction. The fact that the state is a hybridization of political with social institutions, of coercive with distributive functions, of highly punitive with regulatory procedures, and finally of class with administrative needs. This melding process has produced very real ideological and practical paradoxes that persist as major issues today. How easily, for example, can we separate state from society on the municipal, economic, national, and international levels? Is it possible to do so completely? Have state and society become so inextricably interwoven that a free society is impossible without certain state features, such as the delegation of authority? In short, is freedom possible without the depoliticized state Marx was to proffer as a so-called minimum state, as some of his so-called libertarian acolytes have contended? An attempt to answer these questions must be deferred to the closing chapters of this book. For the present, what concerns us are those attributes of the state that have meshed it with society to a point where our ability to distinguish between the two is completely blurred. Clearly, a distinction must first be made between social coercion and social influence. Despite their similarities, the two are not identical. Weber's charismatic leader at the beginnings of history is hardly the same as an impersonal bureaucracy near its end. The first is personal, the second institutional. To take this distinction still further, hierarchical relationships that are based on personality are notoriously loose and ad hoc, and easily disassembled like the dominance-submission hierarchies ethologists so readily impute to primates. Bureaucratic relationships, by contrast, are notoriously rigid, sclerotic, and intentionally divested of all personality. They tend to be self-perpetuating and self-expansive. As mere instruments of rule, bureaucratic structures are quintessentially hierarchical. Indeed, they are the political expression of objective power, of power that merely happens to be executed by people who, as bureaucrats, are totally divested of personality and uniqueness. Accordingly, for many areas of the modern world, such people have been turned almost literally into a state technology, one in which each bureaucrat is interchangeable with another, including more recently with mechanical devices. The difference between social coercion and social influence is clearly seen in seemingly hierarchical societies that are still politically undeveloped. The fairly stratified Northwest Coast Indians provide a good example that could easily be extended to include the more sophisticated cultures of Polynesia. These Indian societies had slaves, and presumably the very, quote, last and lowliest citizen knew his precise hereditary position with an exactly defined distance from the chief, unquote, observes Peter Farb. But in point of fact, they could hardly be called state-structured communities. The chief, quote, had no political power and no way to back up his decisions, unquote. His social influence was based on prestige. He lacked any monopoly of force. If he failed to perform his duties to the satisfaction of the community, he could be removed. Indeed, despite the highly stratified structures of these communities, they were not a class society in any modern sense of the term. Stratification was based on whether one was more closely related by blood ties to the chief, or less related. Literally, to use Farb's term, a matter of distance from the chief. In short, lineage determined status, not economic position or institutional gradations. To insist upon the use of the term class system for Northwest Coast Indians, observes P. Drucker, quote, means that each individual was in a class by himself, unquote. A situation that more closely resembles primate hierarchies, so-called, than the institutionalized stratification we associate with a class society. What initially characterizes the emergence of the state is the gradual politicization of important social functions. From Indian American to the most distant reaches of Asia, we find considerable evidence that personal status roles, very similar in principle to the chieftainships of the Northwest Coast Indians, were slowly transformed into political institutions. A transformation that involved not only coercion, but the satisfaction of genuine social needs. One of the principal needs these institutions satisfied was the redistribution of goods among ecologically and culturally disparate areas. In the absence of local markets, the kingly figures who rose to prominence in the Nile Valley, on the Mesopotamian plains, in the Peruvian mountains, and in the river valleys of India and China made it possible for the produce of food cultivators, hunters, animal herders, and fishermen to reach communities, including administrative cities, that might otherwise have had access to only a limited variety of goods. Although similar functions had been performed earlier by temple storehouses on a local scale, the monarchs of ancient civilizations graduated these functions to an imperial scale. Moreover, they also served to buffer periods of feast and famine. The story of Joseph is more than a biblical parable on consanguineal responsibilities and allegiances. It exemplifies autocratic ideology that intermingles the social with the political principle in the mystified world of prophetic dreams. Joseph embodies the combined roles of the clairvoyant with the vizier, the mythopoeic figures with the calculating rational functionary. If Gilgamesh reminds us of the warrior who must be socialized from deity into king, Joseph reminds us of a still earlier change, the tribal shaman who is to become an explicitly political figure before society and the state are clearly distinguishable. His story, in fact, confronts us with one of the paradoxes of the past that remains with us today. Where does the political seer, from the charismatic leader to the constitutional theorist, end and the social administrator, pure and simple, begin? Indeed, where can the state be distinguished from the socially pragmatic functions it begins to absorb? These are no idle questions, as we shall see, for they haunt us continually in our attempts to reconstruct a vision of a free and human social future. Joseph is also one of the earliest political professionals, and professionalism is a hallmark of statism. The abolition of social management as an amateur activity. Canons of efficiency become a political morality in themselves, thereby replacing the still unarticulated notion of informal, presumably inefficient forms of freedom. Even more than Yahweh, the state is a jealous God. It must preempt, absorb, and concentrate power as a nutritive principle of self-preservation. This form of political imperialism over all other prerogatives of society produces a rank jungle of metaphysical statist ideologies. The Enlightenment's identification of the state with society, Hegel's concept of the state as the realization of society's ethical idea, Spencer's notion of the state as a biological organism, Bluntschli's vision of the state as the institutionalization of a collective will, Meyer's idealization of the state as an organizing principle of society. One can go on indefinitely and selectively piece together a corporative vision of the state that easily lends itself to fascist ideology. Historically, the state obliterates the distinction between governance and administration. The so-called primitive peoples in organic societies were acutely conscious of this difference. The closer we come to cultures organized in bands and comparatively simple tribes, the more rule is an ad hoc, non-institutionalized system of administration. Even the Crow-Indian military and religious societies, actually club-like fraternities, are examples not of government but of administration. In contrast to the permanent institutionalized structures, based on obedience and command, that government presupposes even on the most rudimentary levels, Crow societies were marked by a rotation of functions and by episodic sovereignty for very limited and well-defined ends. Such sovereignty as these societies enjoyed over the community as a whole was largely functional. They primarily policed the bison hunts, a project whose success involved a high degree of coordination and discipline. To call these activities governmental rather than administrative, and to see them in evidence of a fully developed state rather than political functions of the most rudimentary kind, is not mere wordplay. It reflects conceptual confusion at its worst. In political ideologies of all types, the abuse of terms like government and administration turn the state into the template for a free society, however much its functions are reduced to a minimum, so-called. Ultimately, this confusion provides the state with the ideological rationale for its maximum development, notably the Soviet-type regimes of Eastern Europe. Like the market, the state knows no limits. It can easily become a self-generating and self-expanding force for its own sake. The institutional form in which domination for the sake of domination acquires palpability. The state's capacity to absorb social functions provides it not only with an ideological rationale for its existence, it physically and psychologically rearranges a social life so that it seems indispensable as an organizing principle for human consociation. In other words, the state has an epistemology of its own, a political one, that is imprinted upon the psyche and mind. A centralized state gives rise to a centralized society, a bureaucratic state to a bureaucratic society, a militaristic state to a militaristic society, and all develop the outlooks and psyches with the appropriate therapeutic techniques for adapting the individual to each. In restructuring society around itself, the state acquires super-added social functions that now appear as political functions. It not only manages the economy, but politicizes it. It not only colonizes social life, but absorbs it. Social forms thus appear as state forms, and social values as political values. Society is reorganized in such a way that it becomes indistinguishable from the state. Revolution is thus confronted not only with the task of smashing the state and reconstructing administration along libertarian lines, it must also smash society, as it were, and reconstruct human consociation itself along new communal lines. The problem that now faces revolutionary movements is not merely one of reappropriating society, but literally reconstituting it. But this melding of state and society, as we shall see, is a fairly recent development. Initially, what often passes for the state in the sociological literature of our time is a very loose, unstable, indeed even a fairly democratic ensemble of institutions that have very shallow roots in society. Popular assemblies of citizens are rarely complete state forms, even when their membership is resolutely restricted. Nor are chieftainships and rudimentary kingships easily resolvable into authentic political institutions. During early stages of antiquity, when councils and centralized institutions begin to assume state-like forms, they are easily unraveled and governance returns again to society. We would do well to call the tenuous political institutions of Athens quasi-state forms, and the so-called Oriental despotisms of antiquity are often so far removed from village life that their control of traditional communities is tenuous and unsystematic. The medieval commune is marked by equally striking ambiguities in the relationships between state and society. What renders Kropotkin's discussion of the commune so fascinating in mutual aid is his very loose use of the term state to describe its system of self-governance. As he emphasizes, quote, self-jurisdiction was the essential point, and self-jurisdiction meant self-administration. But the commune was not simply an autonomous part of the state. Such ambiguous words had yet to be invented by that time. It was a state in itself. It had the right of war and peace, of federation and alliance with its neighbours. It was sovereign in its own affairs and mixed with no others. The supreme political power could be vested in a democratic forum, as was the case in Pskov, whose Vicar sent and received ambassadors, concluded treaties, accepted and sent away princes, or went on without them for dozens of years. Or it was vested in or usurped by an aristocracy of merchants or even nobles, as was the case in hundreds of Italian and Middle European cities. The principle, nevertheless, remained the same. The city was a state. And, what is perhaps more remarkable, when the power in the city was usurped by an aristocracy of merchants or even nobles, the inner life of the city and the democratism of its daily life did not appear. They depended but little upon what could be called the political form of the state. End quote. Given Kropotkin's highly sophisticated anarchist views, these lines are remarkable, and they actually cast considerable light on the formation of the state as a graded phenomenon. The state acquires stability, form, and identity only when personal loyalties are transmuted into depersonalized institutions. Power becomes centralized and professionalized. Custom gives way to law, and governance absorbs administration. But the decisive shift from society to the state occurs with the most supreme political act of all, the delegation of power. It is not insignificant that heated disputes, both theoretically and historically, have revolved about this crucially important act. social contract theory, from Hobbes to Rousseau, recognized in the delegation of power an almost metaphysical centrality. The social contract itself was seen as an act of personal disempowerment, a conscious surrender by the self of control over the social conditions of life. To Hobbes and Locke, to be sure, the delegation of power was restricted by the security of life, Hobbes, and its extension through labour into the sanctity of property, Locke. Rousseau's views were sterner and more candid than those of his British predecessors. In a widely quoted passage in The Social Contract, he declared, quote, "Sovereignty, for the same reason as it makes it inalienable, cannot be represented. It lies essentially in the general will, and will does not admit of representation. It is either the same or other. There is no intermediate possibility. The deputies of the people, therefore, are not and cannot be its representative. They are merely its stewards, and can carry through no definitive acts. Every law the people has not ratified in person is null and void. It is, in fact, not a law. The people of England regards itself as free, but it is grossly mistaken. It is free only during the election of members of Parliament. As soon as they are elected, slavery overtakes it, and it is nothing." End quote. Removed from the general context of the social contract, this passage can be easily misunderstood. But what is important is Rousseau's clear distinction between deputation and delegation, direct democracy and representation. To delegate power is to divest personality of its most integral traits. It denies the very notion that the individual is competent to deal not only with the management of his or her personal life, but with its most important context, the social context. Certainly, early societies did not deal with the issue of delegated power in terms of selfhood and its integrity, but the historical record suggests that they functioned as though these issues profoundly influenced their behavior. The problem of delegated power emerged most clearly in the affairs of the city-state. Indeed, beyond localized social areas, the problem itself becomes elusive and obscure, if only because it loses its human scale and comprehensibility. In Sumerian history, according to Henri Frankfort, the earliest city-states were managed by equalitarian assemblies, which possessed freedom to an uncommon degree. Even subjection to the will of the majority, as expressed in a vote, was unknown. The delegation of power to a numerical majority, in effect, was apparently viewed as a transgression of primal integrity, at least in its tribal form. Quote, "The assembly continued deliberation under the guidance of the elders until practical unanimity was reached." Unquote. As the city-states began to expand and quarrel over land and water rights, the power to wage war was conferred on an ensi, or great man. But this delegation of power would revert to the assembly once a conflict between the city-states came to an end. As Frankfurt notes, however, quote, "The threat of an emergency was never absent once the cities flourished and increased in number. Contiguous fields, questions of drainage and irrigation, the safeguarding of supplies by procuring safety in transit, all these might become matters of dispute between neighboring cities. We can follow through 5 or 6 generations a futile and destructive war between Umma and Lagash, with a few fields of arable land as the stakes. Under such conditions, the kingship, Bala, seems to have become permanent." End quote. Even so, there is evidence of popular revolts, possibly to restore the old social dispensation or to diminish the authority of the Bala. The records are too dim to give us a clear idea of all the issues that may have produced internal conflicts within Sumerian cities, but a leap from tribalism to despotism is obvious myth. The issue of delegating power while affirming the competency of the body politic achieves an extraordinary degree of consciousness and clarity in classical Athens. Pericles' funeral oration is one of the most remarkable vestiges we have of polis democracy, as reconstructed by one of its opponents, Thucydides. The oration celebrates not only civic duty and freedom, it strongly affirms the claims of personality and private freedom. Athens' laws, quote, "afford equal justice to all in their private differences," unquote, Pericles is reported to have declared, and class considerations do not, quote, "interfere with merit, nor again does poverty bar the way. If a man is able to serve the polis, he is not hindered by the obscurity of his position," end quote. Political freedom, quote, "extends also to an ordinary life. There, far from exercising a jealous surveillance over each other, we do not feel called upon to be angry with our neighbour for doing what he likes, or even indulge in those injurious looks which cannot fail to be offensive, although they inflict no positive penalty. But all this ease in our private relations does not make us lawless as citizens." End quote. From these personally exhilarating observations, for which there is no available precedent in the classical literature, the oration builds up to a keen worldly sense of Athens as a polis that transcends the confines of a tradition-bound community. Quote, "We throw open our city to the world, and never by alien acts exclude foreigners from any opportunity of learning or observing, although the eyes of an enemy may occasionally profit by our liberality, trusting less in system and policy than to the native spirit of our citizens, while in education, where our rivals from their very cradles by a painful discipline seek after manliness, at Athens we live exactly as we please, and yet are just as ready to encounter every legitimate danger." End quote. Pericles' confidence in the integrity of the polis is built upon his expansive confidence in the integrity of its citizens. Here, the Athenian ideal of citizenship, as the physical reality of the body politic, indeed, as a society incarnated into an assembled community of free individuals who directly formulate and administer policy, finds a conscious expression that it does not achieve again until very recent times. To Pericles, all Athenians are to be viewed as competent individuals, as selves that are capable of self-management, hence their right to claim unmediated sovereignty over public affairs. The genius of Athens lies not only in the completeness of the polis, but in the completeness of its citizens. For while Athens may be the school of Hellas, Pericles doubts if the world can produce a man who, where he has only himself to depend on, is equal to so many emergencies and graced by so happy a versatility as the Athenian. The Greek concept of the autarkia, of individual self-sufficiency, graced by an all-roundedness of selfhood, forms the authentic basis of the Athenian democracy. Not surprisingly, this famous passage, which begins with a paean to the community, Athens, ends with its warmest tribute to the individual, the Athenian. We have very few statements, including the declarations of human rights produced by the great revolutions, that bear comparison with Pericles's. The great oration exhibits a sensitive balance between community and individual, and an association of social administration with competence that rarely achieves comparable centrality in later statements on freedom. It is not in God that the Athenian polis placed its trust, but in itself. The practice of a direct democracy was an affirmation of citizenship as a process of direct action. Athens was institutionally organized to convert its potentially monadic citizenry from free-floating atoms into a cohesive body politic. Its regular citizen assemblies, ecclesia, its rotating council of 500, boule, and its court juries that replicated in the hundreds the polis in miniature, were the conscious creations of a public realm that had largely been fostered intuitively in tribal societies, and were rarely to rise to the level of rational practice in the centuries to follow. The entire Athenian system was organized to obstruct political professionalism, to prevent the emergence of bureaucracy, and to perpetuate an active citizenry as a matter of design. We may rightly fault this democracy for denying power to slaves, women, and resident aliens, who formed the great majority of the population. But these traits were not unique to Athens. They existed throughout the Mediterranean world in the 5th century BC. What was uniquely Athenian were the institutional forms it developed for a minority of its population. Forms that more traditional civilizations rendered into the privilege of only a very small ruling class. Conflicts over delegation and deputation of power, bureaucracy, and the citizens' claims to competence appear throughout history. They recur in the medieval commune, in the English, American, and French revolutions, in the Paris Commune of 1871, and even recently in the form of popular demands for municipal and neighborhood autonomy. Like a strange talisman, these conflicts serve, almost electrically, to dissociate the social claims of the state from the political claims of society. The issue of public competence penetrates the ideological armor that conceals state functions from social, to separate governance from administration, professionalism from amateurism, institutionalized relations from functional ones, and the monopoly of violence from the citizens in arms. Athenian institutions were unique not merely because of their practices, but because they were the products of conscious intent, rather than the accidents of political intuition or custom. The very practice of the Athenians in creating their democratic institutions was itself an end. It was equivalent to the polis conceived as a social process. A very thin line separates the practice of direct democracy from direct action. The former is institutionalized and self-disciplined. The latter is episodic and often highly spontaneous. Yet a relationship between an assembled populace that formulates policies in a face-to-face manner and such actions as strikes, civil disobedience, and even insurrection can be established around the right of a people to assume unmediated control over public life. Representation has been validated by an elitist belief that the only select individuals, at best selected by virtue of experience and ability, at worst by birth, are qualified to understand public affairs. Today, representation is validated by instrumental reasons, such as the complexity of modern society and its maze of logistical intricacies. Hellenic democracy acquired a particularly onerous, actually fearsome reputation as a mobocracy, which is a modern translation of its opponent's views in the 5th century BC. Perhaps because it revealed that direct action could be institutionalized without being bureaucratized. Hence, direct action could be turned into a permanent process, a permanent revolution, not merely a series of episodic acts. If it could be shown that direct action as a form of self-administration serves to stabilize society, not reduce it to a chaotic shambles, the state will be placed in the dock of history as a force for violence and domination. A few important questions remain. Under what social conditions can direct democracy be institutionalized as a direct democracy? And what are the institutional forms that could be expected to produce this change? The answers to these questions, like others we have raised, must be deferred to the closing portions of the work. What we can reasonably ask at this point is what kind of citizen or public self, what principle of citizenship and selfhood, forms the true basis for a direct democracy. The common principle that legitimates direct action and direct democracy is a body politic's commitment to the belief that an assembled public, united as free and autonomous individuals, can deal in a competent, face-to-face manner with the direction of public affairs. No concept of politics has been the target of greater derision and ideological denunciation by the state, for it impugns every rationale for statehood. It substitutes the ideal of personal competency for elitism, amateurism for professionalism, a body politic in the protoplasmic sense of a face-to-face democracy, for the delegation and bureaucratization of decision-making and its execution, the re-empowerment of the individual, and the attempt to achieve agreement by dialogue and reason for the monopoly of power and violence. From the state's viewpoint, the public usurpation of social affairs represents the triumph of chaos over cosmos. And if the legacy of domination has had any broader purpose than the support of hierarchical and class interests, it has been the attempt to exorcise the belief in public competence from social discourse itself. Although direct democracy has received more gentle treatment as an archaism that is incompatible with the needs of a complex and sophisticated society, direct action as a training ground for the selfhood, self-assertiveness, and sensibility for direct democracy has been consistently denounced as anarchy, or equivalently, the degradation of social life to chaos. One society, capitalism, in both its democratic and totalitarian forms, has succeeded to a remarkable degree in achieving this exorcism, and only in very recent times. The extraordinary extent to which bourgeois society has discredited popular demands for public control of the social process is the result of sweeping structural changes in society itself. Appeals for local autonomy suggest politically naive and atavistic social demands only because domination has become far more than a mere legacy. It has sedimented over every aspect of social life. Indeed, the increasingly vociferous demands for local control may reflect the extent to which community itself, be it a municipality or a neighborhood, is faced with extinction. What makes capitalism so unique is the sweeping power it gives to economics, the supremacy it imparts to Homo economicus. As Marx, who celebrated this triumph as an economic historian, with the same vigour he was to condemn it as a social critic, observed, quote, "The great civilizing influence of capital lies in its production of a stage of society in comparison to which all earlier ones appear as mere local developments of humanity and as a nature idolatry. For the first time, nature becomes purely an object of humankind, purely a matter of utility, ceases to be recognized as a power for itself, and the theoretical discovery of its autonomous laws appears merely as a ruse so as to subjugate it under human needs, whether as an object of consumption or as a means of production." End quote. Much of this quotation was written in bad faith, for no one was more mindful in his day that the fear of capital and attempts to contain it on ethical grounds reach back to Aristotle's time and even earlier. But the effects of capitalism and its historical uniqueness are accurately represented. In every pre-capitalist society, countervailing forces, all nature idolatry aside, existed to restrict the market economy. No less significantly, many pre-capitalist societies raised what they thought were insuperable obstacles to the penetration of the state into social life. Ironically, Marx, more so than the major social theorists of his day, recognized the power of village communities to resist the invasion of trade and despotic political forms into society's abiding communal substrate. In Capital, Marx meticulously explored the remarkable capacity of India's traditional village society to retain its archetypal identity against the corrosive effects of the state. As he observed, quote, "Those small and extremely ancient Indian communities, for example, some of which continue to exist to this day, are based on the possession of the land in common, on the blending of agriculture and handicrafts, and on an unalterable division of labour, which serves as a fixed plan and basis for action whenever a new community is started. The law which regulates the division of labour in the community acts with the irresistible authority of a law of nature, while each individual craftsman, the smith, the carpenter, and so on, conducts in his workshop all the operations of his handicraft in the traditional way, but independently, without recognizing any authority. The simplicity of the productive organism in these self-sufficing communities, which constantly reproduce themselves in the same form, and, when accidentally destroyed, spring up again in the same spot and with the same name. This simplicity supplies the key to the riddle of the unchangeability of Asiatic societies, which is in such striking contrast with the constant dissolution and refounding of Asiatic states, and their never-ceasing changes of dynasty. The structure of the fundamental economic elements of society remains untouched by the storms which blow up in the cloudy regions of politics." End quote. Again, one could wish for a less economistic and perhaps less technical interpretation of the Asian village whose elaborate culture seems to completely elude Marx's attention in these passages. So overwhelming was this cultural inertia that nothing short of genocidal annihilation could overcome its capacity to resist invasive economic and political forces. A similar role was played by the guilds of medieval Europe, the yeomanry of Reformation England, and the peasantry of Western Europe. Well into the 20th century, farmers in townships or comparatively isolated farmsteads and urban dwellers were locked into clearly definable neighbourhoods, extended families, strong cultural traditions, and small, family-owned retail trade. These systems coexisted with the burgeoning industrial and commercial apparatus of capitalist America and Europe. Although a market economy and an industrial technology had clearly established their sovereignty over these areas, the South retained its own non-bourgeois refuge from the demands of a purely capitalistic society. In home and family, admittedly patricentric and parochial, in town or neighbourhood, in a personalised retail trade and a relatively human scale, and in a socialisation process that instilled traditional verities of decency, hospitality, and service, society still preserved a communal refuge of its own from the atomizing forces of the market economy. By the middle of the present century, however, large-scale market operations had colonized every aspect of social and personal life. The buyer-seller relationship, a relationship that lies at the very core of the market, became the all-pervasive substitute for human relationships at the most molecular level of social, indeed personal, life. To buy cheaply and sell dearly places the parties involved in the exchange process in an inherently antagonistic posture. They are potential rivals for each other's goods. The commodity, as distinguished from the gift, which is meant to create alliances, foster association, and consolidate sociality, leads to rivalry, dissociation, and asociality. Aside from the fears that philosophers, from Aristotle to Hegel, have articulated in their concern for the dissociated role of a commerce and industry organized for exchange, society itself had long buffered exchange with a social etiquette of its own. Wonder still lingers on in the vestigial face-to-face archaic marketplace of the bazaar. Here, one does not voice a demand for goods, compare prices, and engage in the market's universal duel called bargaining. Rather, etiquette requires that the exchange process begin gracefully and retain its communal dimension. It opens up the serving of beverages, an exchange of news and gossip, some personal chit-chat, and, in time, expression of admiration for the wares at hand. One leads to the exchange process tangentially. The bargain, if struck, is a bond, a compact sealed by time-honored ethical imperatives. The apparently non-commercial ambience of this exchange process should not be viewed as a mere canniness or hypocrisy. It reflects the limits that pre-capitalist society imposed on exchange to avoid the latent impersonality of trade, as well as its potential meanness of spirit, its insatiable appetite for gain, its capacity to subvert all social limits to private material interest, to dissolve all traditional standards of community and consociation, to subordinate the needs of the body politic to egotistic concerns. But it was not only for these reasons that trade was viewed warily. Pre-capitalist society may well have seen in the exchange of commodities a return of the inorganic, or the substitution of things for living human relationships. These objects could certainly be viewed symbolically as tokens of consociation, alliance, and mutuality, which is precisely what the gift was meant to represent. But divested of this symbolic meaning, these mere things or commodities could acquire socially corrosive traits. Left unchecked and unbuffered, they might well vitiate all forms of human consociation and ultimately dissolve society itself. The transition from gift to commodity, in effect, could yield the disintegration of the community into a marketplace, the consanguinal or ethical union between people into rivalry and aggressive egotism. That the triumph of the commodity over the gift was possible only after vast changes in human social relationships has been superbly explored in the closing portion of Capital. I need not summarize Marx's devastating narration and analysis of capitalist accumulation, its general law, and particularly the sweeping dislocation of the English peasantry from the 15th century onward. The gift itself virtually disappeared as the objectification of association. It lingered on merely as a byproduct of ceremonial functions. The traditional etiquette that buffered the exchange process was replaced by a completely impersonal, predatory, and today an increasingly electronic process. Price came first, quality came later, and the very things that were once symbols rather than mere objects for use and exchange were to become fetishized, together with the so-called needs they were meant to satisfy. Supra-human forces now seem to take command over the ego itself. Even self-interest, which Greek social theory viewed as the most serious threat to the unity of the polis, seemed to be governed by a market system that divested the subject of its very capacity to move freely through the exchange process as an autonomous buyer and seller. Ironically, modern industry, having derived from archaic systems of commerce and retailing, has returned to its commercial origins with a vengeful self-hatred marked by a demeaning rationalization of trade itself. The shopping mall, with its extravagant areas delivered over to parked motor vehicles, its sparsity of sales personnel, its cooing muzak, its dazzling array of shelved goods, its elaborate surveillance system, its lack of all warmth and human intercourse, is cruelly deceptive packaging, and its long checkout counters, which indifferently and impersonally record the exchange process, all speak to a denaturing of consociation at levels of life that deeply affront every human sensibility and the sacredness of the very goods that are meant to support life itself. What is crucially important here is that this world penetrates personal as well as economic life. The shopping mall is the agora of modern society, the civic center of a totally economic and inorganic world. It works its way into every personal haven from capitalist relations and imposes its centricity on every aspect of domestic life. The highways that lead to its parking lots and its production centers devour communities and neighborhoods. Its massive command of retail trade devours the family-owned store. The subdivisions that cluster around it devour farmland. The motor vehicles that carry worshippers to its temples are self-enclosed capsules that preclude all human contact. The inorganic returns not only to industry and the marketplace, it calcifies and dehumanizes the most intimate relationships between people in the presumably invulnerable world of the bedroom and nursery. The massive dissolution of personal and social ties that comes with the return of the inorganic transforms the extended family into the nuclear family, and finally delivers the individual over to the purveyors of the singles bar. With the hollowing out of community by the market system, with its loss of structure, articulation and form, we witness the concomitant hollowing out of personality itself, just as the spiritual and institutional ties that linked human beings together into vibrant social relations are eroded by the mass market. So the sinews that make for subjectivity, character, and self-definition are divested of form and meaning. The isolated, seemingly autonomous ego that bourgeois society celebrated as the highest achievement of so-called modernity turns out to be the mere husk of a once fairly rounded individual, whose very completeness as an ego was possible because he or she was rooted in a fairly rounded and complete community. As the inorganic replaces the organic in nature, so the inorganic replaces the organic in society and personality. The simplification of the natural world has its uncanny parallel in the simplification of society and subjectivity. The homogenization of the social environment and the so-called individuals who people it. The intimate association of the domination of human by human with the notion of the domination of nature terminates not only in the notion of domination as such. Its most striking features is the kind of prevailing nature, an inorganic nature, that replaces the organic nature that humans once viewed so reverently. We can never disembed ourselves from nature, any more than we can disembed ourselves from our own viscera. The technocratic utopia of personalized automata remains a hollow myth. The therapies that seek to adjust organic beings to inorganic conditions merely produce lifeless, inorganic, and depersonalized automata. Hence, nature always affirms its existence as the matrix for social and personal life, a matrix in which life is always embedded by definition. By rationalizing and simplifying society and personality, we do not divest it of its natural attributes. Rather, we brutally destroy its organic attributes. Thus, nature never simply coexists with us. It is part of every aspect of our structure and being. To turn back natural evolution from more complex forms of organic beings to simpler ones, from the organic to the inorganic, entails the turning back of society and social development from more complex to simpler forms. The myth that our society is more complex than earlier cultures requires short shrift. Our complexity is strictly technical, not cultural. Our effluvium of so-called individuality is more neurotic and psychopathic, not more unique or more intricate. So-called modernity reached its apogee between the decades preceding the French Revolution and the 1840s, after which industrial capitalism fastened its grip on social life. Its career, with a modest number of exceptions, has yielded a grim denaturing of humanity and society. Since the middle of the present century, even the vestiges of its greatness, apart from dramatic explosions like the 1960s, have all but disappeared from virtually every realm of experience. What has largely replaced the sinews that held community and personality together is an all-encompassing, coldly depersonalizing bureaucracy. The agency and the bureaucrat have become the substitutes for the family, the town and neighborhood, the personal support structures of peoples in crisis, and the supernatural and mythic figures that afforded power and tutelary surveillance over the destiny of the individual. With no other structure to speak of but the bureaucratic agency, society has not merely been riddled by bureaucracy. It has all but become a bureaucracy in which everyone, as Camus was wont to say, has been reduced to a functionary. Personality, as such, has become congruent with the various documents, licenses, and records that define one's place in the world. More sacred than such documents as passports, which are the archaic tokens of citizenship, a motor vehicle license literally validates one's identity, and the credit card becomes the worldwide coinage of exchange. The legacy of domination thus culminates in the growing together of the state and society, and with it a dissolution of the family, community, mutual aid and social commitment. Even the sense of one's personal destiny disappears into the bureaucrat's office and filing cabinet. History itself will be read in the microfilm records and computer tapes of the agencies that now form the authentic institutions of society. Psychological categories have indeed, quote, become political categories, unquote, as Marcuse observed in the opening lines of his Eros and Civilization, but in a pedestrian form that exceeds his most doleful visions. The superego is no longer formed by the father or even by domineering social institutions. It is formed by the faceless people who preside over the records of birth and death, of religious affiliation and educational pedigree, of mental health and psychological proclivities, of vocational training and job acquisition, of marriage and divorce certificates, of credit ratings and bank accounts. In short, of the endless array of licenses, tests, contracts, grades, and personality traits that define the status of the individual in society. Political categories have replaced psychological categories in much the same sense that an electrocardiograph has replaced the heart. Under state capitalism, even economic categories become political categories. Domination fulfills its destiny in the ubiquitous, all-pervasive state. Its legacy reaches its denouement in the dissolution, indeed the complete disintegration, of a richly organic society into an inorganic one, a terrifying destiny that the natural world shares with the social. Reason, which was expected to dispel the dark historic forces to which a presumably unknowing humanity had been captive, now threatens to become one of those very forces in the form of rationalization. It now enhances the efficiency of domination. The great project of Western speculative thought, to render humanity self-conscious, stands before a huge abyss, a yawning chasm into which the self and consciousness threaten to disappear. How can we define the historical subject? A role Marx imputed to the proletariat, that will create a society guided by selfhood and consciousness. What is the context in which that subject is formed? Is it the workplace, specifically the factory? Or a new emancipated polis? Or the domestic arena? Or the university? Or the countercultural community? With these questions, we begin to depart from the legacy of domination and turn to countervailing traditions and ideals that may provide some point of departure for a solution. We must turn to the legacy of freedom that has always cut across the legacy of domination. Perhaps it holds some clue to a resolution of these problems which, more than ever, leave our era suspended in uncertainty and riddled by the ambiguities of rationalization and technocratic power. Chapter 6. Justice, Equal and Exact. The notion of freedom does not seem to exist in organic society. As we saw earlier, the word is simply meaningless to many pre-literate peoples. Lacking any institutionalized structure of domination, they have no way of defining a condition that is still intrinsically part of their social lives, a condition into which they grow without the elaborate hierarchical and later class structures of the late Neolithic and of civilization, so-called. As freedom and domination are not in tension with each other, they lack contrast and definition. But the very lack of distinction between freedom and domination leaves organic society unguarded against hierarchy and class rule. Innocence exposes the community to manipulation on the most elementary levels of social experience. The elders, shamans, later the patriarchs, priestly corporations, and warrior chieftains, who are to corrode organic society, need only produce shifts in emphasis from the particular to the general, from specific animals to their spirits, from zoomorphic to anthropomorphic deities, from usufruct to communal property, from demonic treasure to kingly storehouses, from gifts to commodities, finally, from mere barter to elaborate marketplaces. History may have been bloody, and its destiny may be a universal tragedy, with heroic efforts and lost possibilities punctuating its long career. But a body of hopeless ideals and a meaningless movement of events it was not. With the loss of innocence appeared new concepts that were to have a highly equivocal effect on social development, a certain ideological armoring, a growth of intellectual powers, an increasing degree of individuality, personal autonomy, and a sense of universal humanitas as distinguished from folk parochialism. To be expelled from the Garden of Eden can be regarded, as Hegel was to say, as an important condition for its return, but on a level that is informed with a sophistication that can resolve the paradoxes of paradise. The universalization of ideas acquires its most beguiling intellectual form in the ever-expansive meaning people give to freedom. Once unfreedom emerges to yield the notion of freedom, the notion acquires a remarkable logic of its own that produces, in its various byways and differentia, a richly articulated body of issues and formulations, a veritable garden from which we can learn and from which we can pluck what we want to make an attractive bouquet. From the loss of a society that was once free comes the vision of an admittedly embellished, often extravagantly fanciful golden age, one that may contain norms even more liberatory in their universality than those which existed in organic society. From a backward-looking utopianism, commonly based on the image of a bountiful nature and unfettered consumption, arises a forward-looking utopianism, based on the image of a bountiful economy and unfettered production. Between these two extremes, religious and anarchic movements develop a more balanced, although equally generous, vision of utopia that combines sharing with self-discipline, freedom with coordination, and joy with responsibility. Almost concomitantly with this utopian development, largely underground in nature, we witness the open emergence of justice, first as a surrogate for the freedom that is lost with the decline of organic society, later as the ineffable protagonist of new conceptions of freedom. With justice, we hear the claims of the individual and the ideal of a universal humanity voice their opposition to the limits imposed on personality and society by the folk collective. But freedom, too, will divide and oppose itself, as mere happiness marks and extravagant pleasure, furia, as we shall see in the chapters that follow. So too will labour, conceived as the indispensable toil in which every society is anchored, or as the free release of human powers and consociation, even in the realm of demanding work. Coherence requires that we try to bring these various components of the legacy of freedom together. Coherence also requires that we try to interlink our project with nature, to impart rationality, not only to social, but also to natural history. We must explore the values, sensibilities, and techniques that harmonize our relationship with nature, as well as ourselves. Coherence finally requires that we try to bring together the threads of these shared histories, natural and social, into a whole that unites differentia into a meaningful ensemble. One that also removes hierarchy from our sense of meaning and releases spontaneity as an informed and creative nisus. But a strong caveat must here be raised. Ideas, values, and institutions are not mere commodities on the shelves of an ideological supermarket. We cannot promiscuously drop them into shopping carts like processed goods. The context we form from ideas, the ways we relate them, and the meanings we impart to them are as important as the components and sources from which our whole is composed. Perhaps it is true, as the world of Schiller seemed to believe, that the Greeks said everything. But if so, each thinker and practitioner said it in very specific ways, often rooted in very limited social conditions and for very different purposes. We can never return to the setting in which these ideas were formed, nor should we try. It is enough that we understand the differences between earlier times and our own, earlier ideas and our own. Ultimately, we can create our own context for ideas, if they are to become relevant to the present and future. And we must discern the older contexts from which they emerged, all the more not to repeat them. To put it quite bluntly, freedom has no founding fathers, only free thinkers and practitioners. If it had such fathers, it would also be direly in need of morticians to inter it, for that which is founded must always answer to the claims of mortality. Freedom, conceived as a cluster of ideals and practices, has a very convoluted history, and a large part of this history has simply been unconscious. It has consisted of unstated customs and humanistic impulses that were not articulated in any systematic fashion until they were violated by unfreedom. When the word freedom did come into common usage, its meaning was often consciously confused. For centuries, freedom was identified with justice, morality, and the various prerequisites of rule, like free time. Or else it was associated with liberty as a body of individual, often egoistic, rights. It acquired the traits of property and duties, and was variously cast in negative or positive terms, such as freedom from or freedom for. Not until the Middle Ages did this Teutonic word, as we know it, begin to include such metaphysical niceties as freedom from the realm of necessity or freedom from the fortunes of fate, the ananka and moira that the Greeks added to its elucidation. The 20th century has made a mockery of the word and divested it of much of its idealistic content by attaching it to totalitarian ideologies and countries. Thus, to merely define so maimed and tortured a word would be utterly naive. To a large extent, freedom can best be explicated as part of a voyage of discovery that begins with its early practice and limits in organic society, its negation by hierarchical and class civilizations, and its partial realization in early notions of justice. Freedom, an unstated reality in many pre-literate cultures, was still burdened by constraints, but these constraints were closely related to the early community's material conditions of life. It is impossible to quarrel with famine, with the need for coordinating the hunt of large game, with seasonal requirements for food cultivation, and later with warfare. To violate the crow hunting regulations was to endanger every hunter and possibly place the welfare of the entire community in jeopardy. If the violations were serious enough, the violator would be beaten so severely that he might not very well survive. The mild-mannered Eskimo would grimly but collectively select an assassin to kill an unmanageable individual who gravely threatened the well-being of the band. But the virtually unbridled individualism, so characteristic of power brokers in modern society, was simply unthinkable in pre-literate societies. Were it even conceivable, it would have been totally unacceptable to the community. Constraint, normally guided by public opinion, custom, and shame, was inevitably in the early social development of humanity, not as a matter of will, authority, or the exercise of power, but because it was unavoidable. Personal freedom is thus clearly restricted from a modern viewpoint. Choice, will, and individual proclivities could be exercised or expressed within confines permitted by the environment. Under benign circumstances, behavior might enjoy an extraordinary degree of latitude until it was restricted by the emergence of blatant social domination. But where domination did appear, it was a thankless phenomenon which, more often than not, yielded very little of that much revered Western shibboleth, dynamism, in the social development of a community. Polynesia, with its superb climate and rich natural largesse of produce, was never the better for the emergence of hierarchy, and its way of life was brought to the edge of sheer catastrophe by European colonizers. Quote, "Where nature is too lavish, she keeps man in hand, like a child in leading strings," Marx was to disdainfully observe of cultures in benign environments that were often more devoted to internal elaboration than so-called social progress. Quote, "It is not the tropics with their luxuriant vegetation, but the temperate zone that is the mother country of capital." Unquote. But organic society, despite the physical limitations it faced from a modern viewpoint, nevertheless functioned unconsciously with an implicit commitment to freedom that social theorists were not to attain until fairly recent times. Radin's concept of the irreducible minimum rests on an unarticulated principle of freedom. To be assured of the material means of life, irrespective of one's productive contribution to the community, implies that, wherever possible, society will compensate for the infirmities of the ill, handicapped, and old, just as it will for the limited powers of the very young and their dependency on adults. Even though their productive powers are limited or failing, people will not be denied the means of life that are available to individuals who are well endowed physically and mentally. Indeed, even individuals who are perfectly capable of meeting all their material needs cannot be denied access to the community's common produce, although deliberate shirkers in organic society are virtually unknown. The principle of the irreducible minimum thus affirms the existence of inequality within the group. Inequality of physical and mental powers, of skills and virtuosity, of psyches and proclivities. It does so not to ignore these inequalities or denigrate them, but on the contrary, to compensate for them. Equity here is the recognition of inequities that are not the fault of anyone and that must be adjusted as a matter of unspoken social responsibility. To assume that everyone is equal is patently preposterous, if they are regarded as equal in strength, intellect, training, experience, talent, disposition, and opportunities. Such equality, so-called, scoffs at reality and denies the commonality and solidarity of the community by subverting its responsibilities to compensate for differences between individuals. It is a heartless equality, a mean-spirited one that is simply alien to the very nature of organic society. As long as the means exist, they must be shared as much as possible according to needs, and needs are unequal insofar as they are gauged according to individual abilities and responsibilities. Hence, organic society tends to operate unconsciously according to the equality of unequals, that is, a freely given, unreflective form of social behavior and distribution that compensates inequalities and does not yield to the fictive claim yet to be articulated that everyone is equal. Marx was to put this well when, in opposition to bourgeois right, with its claim of the equality of all, freedom abandons the very notion of right as such, and, quote, inscribes on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, unquote. Equality is inextricably tied to freedom as a recognition of inequality and transcends necessity by establishing a culture and distributive system based on compensation for the stigma of natural privilege. The subversion of organic society drastically undermined this principle of authentic freedom. Compensation was restructured into rewards, just as gifts were replaced by commodities. Cuneiform writing, the basis of our alphabetic script, had its origins in the meticulous records the temple clerks kept of products received and products dispersed. In short, the precise accounting of goods, possibly even when the land was communally owned and worked in Mesopotamia. Only afterwards were these ticks on clay tablets to become narrative forms of script. The early cuneiform accounting records of the Near East prefigure the moral literature of a less giving and more despotic world, in which the equality of unequals was to give way to a mere charity. Thereafter, right was to supplant freedom. No longer was it the primary responsibility for society to care for its young, elderly, infirm, or unfortunates. Their care became a private matter for family and friends, albeit very slowly and through various subtly shaded phases. On the village level, to be sure, the old customs still lingered on in their own shadowy world, but this world was not part of civilization, so-called, merely an indispensable but concealed archaism.